Доброго ранку. Ми з України повертаємось у прямий ефір. ТРК «Перший Західний» інформуємо про події у Львові, на Львівщині, в Україні, на фронті та те, що відбувається у нас за кордоном, як наші партнери реагують та допомагають Україні. Дякуємо нашим захисникам, Збройним силам України, Нацгвардії, Державній прикордонній службі, СБУ, поліції та іншим за те, що зараз захищають та знищують ворога. Ми продовжуємо працювати в форматі 24/7, мінімум до 22:00. Ми з вами будемо з Іриною Капітан працювати в прямому ефірі. Вночі традиційно вже будемо виходити раз в годину з новинами. Також ви нас можете бачити в Т2 у Львові, на супутнику чи на ютуб-каналі ТРК «Перший Західний». Тому вибирайте зручний для вас спосіб та дивіться. Якщо ви хочете дивитися, включайте радіо «Перший» 78,2, 88,2 у Львові. Заходьте на сайт Радіо Перше, щоб дізнатися, на яких частотах в інших
You can also go to the Radio Перше, and you can find the right frequency. And we will start with the morning statement of Mr. Reznikov. Dear Ukrainians, in the past, I didn't even think about how many hours there were in a week, 168. For 168 hours, Ukraine has been resisting the Russian occupation forces. No one believed either Russia or the West believed that we would be able to stand up. We are united and we will definitely withstand. But now we have about 90% that have that faith. This is the outcome of the heroism of our defenders. This is the outcome of the professional actions of our command. This is about dedication of each of us, our medical professionals, rescuers, utility staff, railways staff, journalists. I would like to give credit to the heads of military administration: Чернігів, Суми, Конотоп, Kharkiv, Mariupol, Kherson, Mykolaiv. They are strongholds and bulwarks of Europe. Our army has already destroyed thousands of occupants and a hefty amount of military equipment that would be sufficient to arm armies of multiple countries. The fighters of territorial defense are doing a great job. Our air forces are a legend right now. Everyone can see that Ukrainians are the best. I called upon all the citizens of Ukraine for total resistance because we can see that they are already in agony. The Russian occupants are fearful of their shameful defeat, and that's why they are shelling civilians. They are shelling hospitals. It's not really our army. These are cowards and terrorists. There will be blood, tears, and pain, but like never before, we have enough grounds to believe that we will withstand. We need to have faith in ourselves and in everyone around us. Glory be to Ukraine, Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Mr. Reznikov. Good morning. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. So we will start with our morning stories. We talked extensively about checkpoints yesterday, and I would like to share my own experience. At our checkpoint, thanks to the military administration, there's a big board, and now you can see that there's one lane for private vehicles while the other one is for public transportation and special vehicles. Fortunately, there are no problems there. People pass whoever needs to go first, and you don't really need to show any passports or IDs. But there's another story. I arrived this morning. I went to a gas station to fill the tank, and I found out that you cannot really fuel your tank with gas 95. It's been like that for 2 days. There are notices there. I asked the operator what had happened, what's wrong with 95. The operator said that they have enough fuel 95, but they are keeping it for special equipment and vehicles, military vehicles in the first place. So keep that in mind. If your vehicle requires fuel 95, most likely you will not be able to fill your tank. You will need to use Pulse or 92. I didn't even ask whether they have 92 available. Well, I filled my tank with the Pulse fuel. I had a conversation about that in the morning with my colleagues. There's a shortage of food products in supermarkets and pharmacies. We had some guests yesterday, and they explained to us that multiple warehouses and depots are located in the military hostilities zone, so it's not possible to deliver these products to the warehouse in Lviv region, but they are trying to shift to local producers. We tried to explore the situation with pharmacies. There are some supplies at the warehouse in Lviv region, but they want to have some reserves there, but because people continue buying whether they need it or not. So I don't really think that in the past week or in the past 7 days you need so many medical supplies. So if you don't need something, do not purchase it. Sometimes I have this impression that they are stocking up for months and years. But I would like to point out that we have some restaurants and institutions open since 8 o'clock in the morning today. So things are picking up. So maybe the situation will get stabilized before the weekend. There's another thing that we need to understand. People are gripped by panic because they are watching the situation in other regions, and we have received information from some other colleagues who's been in basements and shelters for 6 days. They have no opportunity to go out and buy things, and this is something that we shared with our audience yesterday, the statement of the Kherson city mayor, the statement of the Kherson regional authorities. The city is on the cusp of a humanitarian disaster, so we can relate to the panic among the people because they can see this situation in other regions, and so they are panicking. 200 people were evacuated from Volnovakha yesterday. The armed forces of Ukraine were able to secure their exodus. I would like to inform our audience about our plans for today. Due to the economic situation, we will try to invite an economic specialist, an expert who will be able to explain what to expect next. We will also have an expert on international relations. We will also have some guests and invitees from the military administration to update us on the recent developments. We will have some culture representatives, and we're looking forward to having a very special guest, but we will not really make that announcement just in case it doesn't happen. 3 stories, 2 from me and then 1 from my wife. Well, I really hope that Maria didn't climb windows. No, she didn't, but she spent a lot of time traveling around the city, delivering items to the guys. There was an Opel behind her, and that car shifted many times, and he cut off her. He cut off 2 other cars, but then 2 guys with automated rifles jumped out of one of the cars, and it's a big problem indeed. If you are racing in your vehicle, keep in mind that you might encounter people with weapons, and also a request to people with weapons. You have been provided with guns, not to just wave them around, but to protect the city. There was another air raid alert yesterday. It was 10:20 p.m. Cars racing in the downtown, people rushing places. Our recommendation is that if it's beyond curfew and you're still outside, do not race. Even if you are stopped by the police, you can explain where you are going. Just have all the documents on your hands, because basically it's impossible to cross a road crossing. And then 2 stories from me. I'm always approached by territorial defense, but this time they didn't really approach. There were 3 of them. Well, I started looking at them, and they just turned away and walked in a different direction. Well, I doubt that they recognized me because I was wearing a hoodie. But guys, either you go out and do something, but do not really keep up the appearances. So either you stop everyone or you do not stop anyone. If you are fearful of people, then do not even take to the street. streets. Well, as for our patrols, they know me. They didn't even check my documents. I was in a different place because I love walking home via different routes. But anyway, so I was walking, and we had been talking about cars and parking issues. I was not able to cross the street because there were multiple vehicles parked there, so I had to use the crossroads. So a car was parked in a specific place 30 meters away from the parking lot, so I thought I would go there. I really wanted to break something, like one of the swipers or something like that, because I want to give this person a lesson that they should not really park on the sidewalk. And then when I approached the car, I realized that the engine was on. I continued approaching to the left back door, but I remembered that it was not a good idea, so I turned around. I approached the passenger door. I knocked on the window. Good evening. Do you know that it's not a good place for parking? Can you move? Why? Because you have parked on the sidewalk. We will not do that. Well, please move. We will not do that. Do you want me to call the police? And I can see that one of them has the binoculars. Are you doing something here? We have a task here. Well, can you show your documents? Otherwise, I will call the police. Well, approach the driver's window. No, I will not do that. Well, maybe if you are right-handed, then you can shoot me. Well, I'm left-handed. You can use your colleague then. I'm also left-handed. Show your documents. So they stuck out their documents. I had a look at them. They explained who they worked for. This is a wording used only by Lviv residents. I will not really articulate it on air. Well, once again, I don't really want to mention their specific wording, but my point is that critical infrastructural facilities are under full control of the municipality. I understand the system right now, but I will not disclose this information. Well, honestly, I have no clue why I continued approaching the car when I realized that the motor was running. I guess it's just a matter of my experience. But if you think that something is suspicious, you can always photograph the car, the number plate, and call the police. Hopefully, I will not really have any other advantage tonight. Well, there are 2 points here. We mentioned earlier that no one has the right to demand documents from you, so Stas didn't really have that right. But if there's any suspicion, then you can do that. Well, but basically, I put forward a requirement. Show your documents, I will show my documents. But anyway, if you see a suspicious person, you can ask them to explain their actions, and you can also ask for their documents. But do not do what some checkpoint staff do. So I had a special permit, so I wanted to bypass the line, but this guy was very rude and demanded my documents. If he had been polite, I would have shown my documents, no problem, but I was vilified basically, and so my self-instinct or my self-survival instinct kicked in. And then you mentioned the car. I exited workplace yesterday and I approached my car. It was parked nearby, and I can see that there is a piece of paper attached to the car. And the first thought that came to my mind was, do they really penalize for inappropriate parking? So I was 100% certain that it was a fine for wrongful parking. And there was a very nice note there. Please do not interfere with the work of the journalist. Move away your car. Do not be this and this. I think you got my point. We spent a lot of time laughing together with Olha, and now we know who from our TV and radio company attached that note. But it's true indeed that right now we have to operate 24/7, but this staff member from our TV and radio company did not know that it was my car. Well, now this person knows that it's my vehicle. But anyway, thank you, colleagues, for being on watch for us. Thank you for helping us, because all our colleagues are working 24/7 right now. We want to make sure that you receive the most truthful and reliable information in the fastest manner possible. And there's a big request from the regional military administration. It's a request. Please move away your cars parked on Vinnychenko Street. If you do not do it right now, they will be towed away. So we have a video clip from the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. I really hope that we can have it on air. As far as we understand, they are still prepping the video. Just a reminder that there is an online map of grocery stores available in Ukraine, so you don't have to run around. You go to that map, you pick your location, and you will be able to find a grocery store in your town, city, or settlement. But most importantly, you will be able to see their working hours, because this is something that people rail against. But since the outbreak of the war, everyone was informed that we need to be patient because the situation is very volatile. So once again, go to that map. You will be able to see all the grocery stores and their working hours. And another reminder, COVID is still with us. Social distancing, please keep it. You can see that there is a distance between Marina and I, and masks. Please don't forget to put on masks. Everything is very simple. You need to comply with these rules and regulations to reduce the strain on our healthcare system, because we want to make sure that our doctors and healthcare professionals can have enough free time for other needs and purposes. In the city yesterday, we mentioned that we would have 18 checkpoints, 2 lanes, one for private vehicles, the other one for public transportation and special vehicles. Remember that there are lines before checkpoints because we do not want you to race in the city. When you approach a checkpoint, you have to be ready. You have to have your traffic lights on. You have to have your lights on. You have to have the light on inside the car. The emergency light should be flashing. Do not video record anything. Provide clear answers to all questions. Be ready for the car and the trunk to be inspected, and be calm while leaving the checkpoint. Only when you move at a certain distance, you can speed up. Another notice, several online platforms were launched yesterday for children, but these are not mandatory online educational platforms. Keep in mind that the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine announced a 2-week holiday for all children, but our educators don't want children to be idle. We don't really want them to stare at their screens and read too much about the war. So we have the accessible education during the war platform for children. If you are interested, you can find more details online. One of the educational institutions in Ukraine designed this platform. Late at night, my children and I tested the platform. I signed them up. They have access to a group on Telegram. They will receive notifications about the beginning of specific classes, and a child can pick the class that they are interested in. For example, yesterday we saw that there was an English class scheduled for today, some sort of speaking club, and a class on technologies, and I really liked the title. So it was not like a standard class, let's say, on the history between this and this year. But if you join the class, teachers will explain diverse topics. There are age categories there, grade groups there, for example, grades 5, 6 or 7, 9. Education for children during the war, it's just one of the platforms. We tested it yesterday, so this is the one that I can definitely recommend. The video of the spokesman from the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine is ready. This is the 8th day of the heroic resistance of the Ukrainian people against the Russian invasion. The Russian occupation forces were not able to achieve success in almost all directions. Therefore, they resorted to the tactics of shelling residential districts in our big cities. The armed forces of Ukraine continue counter-attacking and blocking the forces of the occupants in all directions. In the adversary continues some demonstrative actions along the border. In Polісся, Kozarovichi, Fastів, Obuchiv, these are the hot spots. And we can see the further deployment of field and logistic camps in Borodyanka, Katyuzhanka, Horonchine. Siversk direction, the Russian occupants were not able to achieve success in Lebedin, Ohtyrka, Chernihiv, Nizhin, Sumy. They avoid standoff and they try to approach the northern outskirts of Kyiv. Barishivka, Novobasan, Lubich, some of the forces are concentrated there. As for the 200th motorized rifle brigade of the Russian Federation, it lost its combat effectiveness, and this brigade is being regrouped right now to advance in the direction of Kyiv and Brovary. Slobozhany, the enemy is advancing in the vicinity of Zolochiv, Kharkiv, Balakia, and the enemy is trying to continue their advance in the direction of Lozova. They are in dire need of personnel and vehicles. In the Donetsk direction, the occupants, with the support of artillery, continue their offensive in the vicinity of Novy Aidar, Volnovaha, and Mariupol, but they have not been able to achieve their main goal, which is the occupation of Mariupol. Tavrisk direction, the adversary continues their attempts to advance. After regrouping and engaging some of their reserves, they focused on the direction of Mykolaiv and Voznesensk. In the Black Sea direction, the Russian ships and naval vessels continue shelling civilian vessels and capturing salespeople. For the first time, the Russian Federation recognized some of their human losses, and this is something that was done by the spokesperson. 490 dead and many injured, but we know that these numbers are understated. Some of the forces continue their operations around Enerhodar, Tokmilivka, and some other settlements. After regrouping and engaging some of their reserves from the 49th General Military Army of the Russian Federation, the occupants continue their advance in the direction of Zaporizhia and Mariupol. They also want to have a landing operation by the 10th Separate Brigade. This is something that is happening in the vicinity of Balone, and the air troops landed, but they were destroyed. And we can also see 4 military vessels accompanied by 4 light speedboats in the direction of Odessa. Kyiv and other cities of Ukraine are taking the brunt of missile strikes. The social media and trusted information resources are commenting on the consequences and precision of missile strikes in real time. We want to address bloggers and users of social media. Your information can be of interest to Russian terrorists and intelligence to correct their strikes and targets. So be very cautious about the information that you disseminate, especially about missile strikes in real time. The enemy is demoralized. They continue incurring losses. We will win together. Glory to Ukraine. Back to live air, a big request from the General Staff. Do not disclose information about shellings and airstrikes in real time. The armed forces request everyone not to provide the enemy with the information on the precision of the enemy's airstrikes, because that will help them correct their firings. So once again, this is a request from the armed forces of Ukraine, because there are so-called correctors or adjusters, so they make some calculations based on the coordinates, but as soon as you start video recording something, your geolocation is there and they don't even need to adjust anything because everything is available via your video recordings. In about 40 to 45 minutes, we informed on the situation in Kyiv, but then in 5 minutes everyone started writing about the targets of these missile strikes. Can we have my screen on the screen? So it's a Lviv business entity, Replus Bureau, and here you can find some guidelines and recommendations. So there's a Scotch tape on the windows, so your windows should look like this. Different options if you want this taping to be effective, because if you just tape it all over, it will not be effective. You will reduce the daylight. Everything is simple, everything is straightforward. This is something that might help you get distracted and kill some time if you are stressed out. But once again, make sure that you do it in a proper manner. If you have friends and acquaintances in those cities that are in the midst of hostilities, you can also forward this video to them. Why is it crucial? Everything is very simple. The glass will be shattered anyway, but once again, if you have this impact, we want to reduce the number of glass pieces because they will wound you. So if you have tape all over the window, you will be able to reduce the number of glass pieces. I want to continue on the topic of fakes. There are two important pieces of information from intelligence and from the audience. I will start with the latter. You might receive text messages from our acquaintances, trusted acquaintances, especially if they are the military or they fought in the east or they have something to do to the military units of Ukraine. And these text messages will tell you that the Ukrainian government surrendered, that you need to flee, that you need to grab your kids and run away, that we are on the verge of a disaster. Some of our friends and acquaintances have already received such text messages. I personally received a text from Ulyana Dasenko, and that message said, I have received a very bizarre text message from the +7 number, and she was asked to communicate the latest updates. So do not respond to such fakes. This is the Russian information propaganda on full throttle, and the purpose is to spread panic, to cause collapse, and we hear the same from the Ukrainian intelligence. The main intelligence department of the Ministry of Defense warns that you might see a video from Volodymyr Zelensky making a statement of surrender. Yesterday, it was communicated that this video would be spread in Ukraine, but now there's the same information, but about the Russian Federation. So the video will mostly use the face of Volodymyr Zelensky, and once again, the purpose of this fake video will be to spread panic, but if you are armed with information, you own the world. If you own information, you own the world. So we're looking forward to this masterpiece from the Russian Federation. But jokes apart, it's a very important nuance because there's warfare on multiple fronts. The most robust front is the one the one carried out by our military, but there's also a diplomatic front. I read the statements of the presidents of Poland and France, and I can see that our diplomacy needs to be very fierce and ferocious. I read the statement of the French president to his citizens, and I'm concerned, to be honest, because sanctions have been imposed, but the EU member states are dependent on relations with Russia, and now they have to explain to their people why prices are going up, why an inflation rate is soaring. So this morning, the president of France was not that unwavering in his support for Ukraine. So once again, he referred to this window of opportunity for negotiations because France will not have its boots on the ground, and we hear the same from Poland. We do understand the logic and the rationale behind these statements. Hopefully we will have an international affairs in VT a little bit later, but back to information warfare. So there's a military front, there's a diplomatic front, there's a governmental front that needs to communicate with the population, and the information warfare front is indispensable. It's very easy to spread panic through deep fakes, and this is something that Russia can easily do. So just imagine that they spread the statement of Zelensky ostensibly surrendering, and this fake will be propagated in a quick manner. And then there will be pressure from the inside. You will be inundated with calls and messages. So just imagine this person with weapons defending our land, they might be demoralized. But Germany is ready to provide us with 2,700 surface-to-air missile systems. But I think that we have so many ammunitions that we can wage war for several years in a row. But still, it's positive to hear about military supplies from different countries. The Russian troops also shot down a Romanian plane. We're not really sure whether this information is 100% confirmed, but we are waiting for NATO's response. There are also multiple information units to disinform the population, but most of our channels and information sources have a special tick, so please pay attention to that. And a lot of these disinformation channels are in Russian, so keep in mind that all the essential official channels are in Ukrainians. 3 days ago, to the best of my memory, we talked about it. We talked about these links because I've received many of fake ones as well. Theoretically, we can assume that this is something recorded by a military service member. Do you think that a person in the midst of hostilities will be very calm and use a literary Ukrainian language? No, because you are emotionally charged, and you will not really say good morning and please. This is something that you can hear from a TV host and not from an emotionally charged person. Also, keep in mind that there are some recordings with strong accents, so you do not see ha, sho, or some other things that we can use used to identify Ukrainians or Russians, because usually they start with a list of events. We conquered this, or we did this. You need to go online and you need to double check that information. I received a fake in one of the chats, and it was about an event at the Sumy airport. I double checked all the official sources, not a single mention of that. There were no hostilities there to start with. I'm not even sure that there is an airport in Sumy. I did check it 3 days ago. Now I don't even remember whether they have it, but this is something that you can easily check. And then death and fear are two emotions that are manipulated. Important information because of the air raid alert last night. On the public notification system, yesterday we were a testament to the situation when many information resources disinformed the local population on the beginning and end of air raid alert. So the Lviv military administration will limit such notifications. As of now, all notifications will be communicated via the official Telegram channel. I mean, this is something that we have been combating for 5 days. This is day 8 of the war, and we've been talking extensively about that. So I don't even know what else we need to do for the message to hit home. There's only one official trusted source. So why have 100 other channels and groups? So there has to be only one official source of information. The official body is the military administration. This administration established one channel, civil protection notices. I feel as if I were a first grade teacher and I have kids under the desk and they are not sure what to do. So we have this official Telegram channel. You download it, you join it, and you can follow all the notifications there. As a backup, we have the Перший Західний TV channel, UA Суспільне Lviv. There are radio stations. These are official sources, or like Radio Перше. NTA TV channel and a number of other ones, but we suggest that you follow just one official notification channel. If you don't have access to the internet, listen in. If you hear sirens, then you can get connected to a relevant radio channel, and there you will hear everything that you need to hear, and based on that you act. On the Перше radio, we decided to be a little bit creative. So while you are in a shelter, we don't want you to hear these daunting sounds, air raid, or air alert. So while you are in a shelter, we have some classical music on air, and I think that it's fantastic because we elaborated on housing and accommodation yesterday. We even articulated some numbers, and our journalists put together another TV story. So we would like to inform you on the situation with the apartments. We talked to a real estate agent. I watched this story before we went on air. I love this real estate agent because he's doing a great job. But before we show the story, I would like to mention that another decision was made. If you still have this electronic 1000, you can spend it on any products and items whatsoever. No limitations anymore. In the war times, each and every hryvnia matters, so you can use this amount for anything. You cannot use this card for monetary transfers, but you can transfer money from this card to other cards. So keep that in mind. If you still have some money left on such cards, you can spend it on anything. And now we will watch this video about the situation with real estate and renting in Ukraine.
під час війни та незадовго до неї в Західній Україні почали стрімко зростати ціни на оренду житла. Розуміючи, що багато людей зі Сходу та Півдня стануть шукати прихисток, у Львові, Івано-Франківську та Ужгороді помешкання суттєво подорожчали.
Will be trying to find accommodation in Lviv. Therefore, prices went high 2 or 3 times. More than $1,000 for a two-room flat. Well, people give flats free of charge, and there are some very greedy people who would like to make profit of it. And lots of realtors were trying to get skyrocketing prices for the accommodation. My friends from Kyiv wanted to come here and wanted to rent a separate cottage, and the real estate person gave me the prices. They were $2,000 or $3,000 or $1,000 price. Before, the price was about 20,000 hryvnias, not 100,000 hryvnias as it is now. Renting of one flat may cost you about $500. I was actually shocked when the owners asked people to leave the premises just for about a month or two because we would like to make some profit. Here we have another example. A person is renting a flat in Lviv for 10 years. Just recently, the owners asked him to pay more or to leave the flat. He agreed. Now about half of his earnings go for rent. When the war started, when all these events have started, I gave a call to the owners of the flat, either to reduce the price or probably to have it stable. But the owners said, well, there are lots of people who would like to rent a flat. Realtors state that since the beginning of the years, the prices went high up to 20%. Though there are lots of situations when the premises, when the flats are given to the displaced persons free of charge.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір, продовжуємо говорити про те, що у нас відбувається. Я знову рекламую агенцію «Плюс бюро», вони займаються якраз ремонтом. Дуже дорога, дуже якісна, але вони під соціально відповідальний бізнес, який всі свої знання та навички зараз знаходять те, щоб нам допомогти. Вони розказують про укриття, як будуються будинки і в чому, де можна ховатись, де не можна ховатись. І насправді в тому, що вони трошки навіть
hide. And actually they dispel even several recommendations that are going around for several days. So they are giving very practical tips. So what they are writing about, not everybody has the bunker to stay in during a raid. So they recommend still to go to the underground place where you can hide. The most vulnerable are the corners,
Це теж спростування того, що рекомендували людям ховайтесь завжди в кут, виході між двома стінами, все буде добре. Бачите, ні. Існує думка, що відносно безпечне місце на сходових клітках середніх поверхів. Частина правди в цьому є, але є різниця в тому, який це будинок. До прикладу, будинок на Лобачевського – це відносно сучасний монолітний каркасний. В ньому багато арматури, яка все зв'язує. Це будинок, який ви бачите якраз зараз в себе на екрані. Один з перших, який влучила російська ракета. Також йому не потрібно зовнішні стіни для того, щоб вистояти. Але будь на його місці панельний, збірний, картина наслідків могла б бути набагато гіршою. Ще одне, ніколи не знаходьтесь біля скляних фасадів, високих споруд. З великої висоти це смертельна зброя. Для інформації, більшість українських дешевих вікон на склопакетах в них не гартовані. Вони не розлітаються на дрібні частинки, як автомобільні, а летять великими, гострими, небезпечними фрагментами. Ось, показують, ми раніше показували, як правильно заклеювати. Ось, Також Реплюс бюро показує, бачите, не усі не завжди є де знаходитись, вони ще й окремо дають картинки, пояснюють, де не можна бути, і в тому числі вказують, на кути не варто бути, тому що вони одні з тих, хто розвалюється. Тому будьте з цим акуратних. Також вони показують і на реальних будинках, які вже росіяни зірвали, яка ситуація була, що ці кути постраждали найбільше. Саме тому ми рекомендуємо йти в ванну в крайньому випадку, тому що вона далі в глибину, чи до дверного прийому біля виходу, тому що він зазвичай грубший, і він може втримати, і ми бачимо, як на картинках, що вони найменше постраждали.
Я слухала і думаю, можливо, нам варто запросити когось із бюро і детальніше розпитати, бо це справді важлива тема. Люди запитують вже, яку добу ми в таких умовах живемо, але все одно питань забагато залишається, тому спробуємо запросити із бюро людину, яка буде могти розказати. Повертаючись до теми дезінформації, російський YouTube на YouTube заблокував російські пропагандистські канали, і я, наприклад, не могла сьогодні відстежити ні 60 минут славнозвісну програму російських російського телеканалу. І взагалі, коли заходиш на Росія 24, то вказано, що у вас в Україні цей канал не працює, але ми маємо колег, які живуть в Росії, і вони спеціально зняли на відео частинку матеріалів, які росіяни показують. Давайте ми разом подивимося і повернемося до студії і обговоримо це питання, як росіяни подають інформацію і як 24 години на 7 вони промивають мізки російському народу. Після цього вже не залишається місця для подивів. Чому росіяни так сприймають саме це події?
In Ukraine in the way they do. Oля, I have decided to make a video for you. This is news as of 1 o'clock yesterday. Nothing is known. The morning in Kharkiv started with an explosion close to the regional administration. It was the airstrike, and it was the provocation of the Nazi combatants. And here you see the consequences of airstrikes. Horlovka is shelled. 16 people have been wounded, and the local population asked the Ukrainian army to leave their towns. We have so many kids who died, who were killed. Here you see the operation from Kherson. The army is following the infantry and is trying to protect the convoy. The Ukrainian authorities asking the West to supply the military weapons. And you see that now it's very difficult to differentiate truth and fake. Now everything is done to inflame animosity. And it turns out that this video was made as far back as 2014. More and more Ukrainian soldiers leave their military units and surrender. Those soldiers who refused to fight for Ukraine were brought to Donbass and shown the monument to the kids who died, who were killed. Now there is chaos all over the country due to uncontrolled distribution of weapons to all those who would like to take it.
Повертаємося до студії. Знаєте, уявити собі не могли, що на телеканалі «Перший західний» будемо демонструвати колись російські телеканали і їхні новини, які вони показують про Україну. З сюжету дуже чітко видно, що це просто перевертається абсолютно. І навколо здаються, ледве не капітулюють українські військові, хоча ситуація така, що російські військові відмовляються воювати за ці війні, бо вони розуміють, що їх перестали судити, вони взагалі навіть тями не мали. Техніку показують російську, а видають її за українську. Нацистські, зараз процитую, це було нацистські бойовики в нас у Харкові, виявляється, роблять ці всі жахіття, підривають обласну адміністрацію. Показали би мені такий, знаєш, до кінця розумний народ, який буде підривати свої ж органи влади.
Can you imagine that we are that these are we who are doing all these?
Він би сказав, що в нього це просто забавка, він би все переписав. Бо ось те, що показують росіяни, це ще гірше, ніж в книжках Орвелла.
Ґрунт для письменників-фантастів, для психіатрів і психологів, які можуть просто на частинки це все порозкладати. Але тут, що важливо, російський народ отримує таку інформацію вже впродовж багатьох років цілодобово. Цілодобово їм пхають в голову, що от саме така правда, що в Україні нацистські бойовики, які придушують місцеве населення, які говорять російською мовою і так далі, і так далі. Тому дивуватися тому, коли, пам'ятаєш, ми вчора запитували в нашого психолога Володимира, якщо ви телефонуєте до своїх знайомих в Росію і вони вам починають розповідати, що це ви винні, ви розв'язали війну, ви воюєте проти свого ж народу, ми вас захищаємо, ми такі миротворці, то ви просто нема сенсу із ними вести розмови, ви їх чемно дякуєте і кладете трубку, бо говорити, щось їх переконувати взагалі немає чого. І от ця інформаційна війна, вона дуже добре показується на таких прикладах, тому ще раз наголошуємо, Росія, за даними нашої розвідки, готує дуже сильну інформаційну кампанію зараз, от в ці хвилини, і може з'явитися відео Володимира Зеленського, спеціально змонтоване відео, нібито Володимир Зеленський може заявити про те, що Україна капітулювала, наголошують у Генштабі, наголошують в розвідці, що українці ніколи не здадуть своєї території, ніколи не капітулюють, тому якби ви потрапили на таке відео, не вірте, не довіряйте і не поширюйте дезінформації, яку продукує Російська Федерація.
Я процитую гумориста Гриця Дрепака, з ними сперечатися, що шмаркати їм їсти. То краще інколи не треба просто дати інформацію, також є інформація, повідомляє Reuters, що Іспанія направить в Україну гранатомети та кулемети. Дуже приємно, що замість турбованості якихось харчів направляють те, що дійсно може вдарити по ворогу, а росіяни все більше відчувають санкції, тому що з росіян тепер будуть брати комісію від 30% при купівлі валюти. 30%. Нас здається, взагалі нічого.
Не буду про це говорити, але що важливо щодо Іспанії, Німеччина вже схвалила виділення Україні 2700 ракетних зенітних ракет «Стріла». І такі новини би треба було показати по російському телебаченню, може би швидше тоді зрозуміли, де правда, а де, як це вони там в новинах казали, поширюють фейки, в яких важко віднайти правду і брехню. Останні циніки, які таке можуть говорити після продукування фейків 24/7 на своїх телеканалах, на своїх підневільних ресурсах арабських, таких як Росія-24, і Скабєєва, і Соловйов, які реально, як казав Петро Черник, військовий експерт, мали би першими постати перед судом в Гаазі і доєднатися до золотої труни, в якій лежатиме їхній президент разом із ним.
Ну і росіяни паралельно дуже сильно жаліються на те, що немає в принципі готівки, немає валюти, недостатньо коштів. Ми вчора говорили про те, для чого Росія 4 числа збирає там обидві палати в себе, для що голосувати, кажуть про воєнний стан. І от ми там з багатьма знайомими, там публіцистами, так дійшли висновку, що скоріш за все це війна проти власного народу буде, тому що воєнний стан дозволить повністю заблокувати країну, фактично почати перетворення Росії в Північну Корею, заборона мітингів, заборона видачі готівки, вони відключать остаточно всі канали, тому що сьогодні у людей немає готівки, завтра в них не буде за що купити їсти. Одна річ – російська глибинка, про яку ми вчора з Халівом Алієвим говорили, це все во благо царя, мучеництво і так далі. Але я не думаю, що такі міста, як Санкт-Петербург чи Москва або Казань, будуть довго сказати, що от нічого, ми самопожертва заради чогось. Але от українці собою жертвують і немає значення, ким до того вони працювали. Волейболісти теж не залишаються осторонь, вони допомагають українській армії. Зараз покажемо вам чим, як і де. Волейбол. Волейбол називається. 0203 волейбол.
спорт в умовах війни. Будь-які змагання та турніри в Україні заборонені. Та спортсмени вдома не відсиджуються. Хтось на передовій зі зброєю, інші у Львові тримають свій фронт. Наприклад, замість тренувань чемпіони України з волейболу розвантажують фури та сортують гуманітарну допомогу. У день, коли розпочалась війна, волейболісти клубу «Барком Кажани» збирались на матчі Кубка України в Хмельницьку область.
Мого спортивного життя наразі немає. Ми займаємось волонтерством. Ми фури згрузили, зараз це все фасуємо в коробки, складаємо і це все буде відправляти туди, де це зараз потрібно. У нас є чат, ми там пишемо, треба там поїхати туди, допомогти, хто зараз може, хто вільний, зразу зорганізовується. Ось ми зараз тут півкоманди ще там потім приєднається.
Серед гравців клубу волейболісти з різних міст України. Львів'ян у Кажанах меншість.
Я з Нікополя, це Дніпропетровська область. Там зараз спокійно, але 200 кілометрів від Нікополя йдуть бойові дії.
Я з Одеси сам, і моє місто, можна сказати, на границі, в блокаді морської. Ми не знаємо, що буде далі. Єднаємося, ми всі українці, всі заодно, будь то з Харкова, будь то Донецьк, Одеса чи Львів.
Міжнародна та Європейська федерації волейболу відсторонили усі російські та білоруські команди від будь-яких змагань. До цього у Росії відібрали право на проведення чемпіонату світу з волейболу.
Не тягнули до останнього, але в принципі це очікувалося, вони не могли і по-іншому, але ми їх додавили, так що це правильне рішення. Весь спорт зараз від Росії відвертається і по-іншому просто не може бути.
З кожним днем російський спорт поринає у більшу ізоляцію. Участь збірної окупантів заборонили у змаганнях з футболу, легкої атлетики, тенісу, гандболу, фігурного катання, баскетболу, хокею та ковзанярського спорту.
Повертаємося у студію телеканалу «Перший Західний». Радіо «Перше» також транслює наші ефіри, особливо коли до нас доєднуються гості. А маємо такого гостя, директор департаменту економічної політики Львівської військової адміністрації Степан Кульбіда. Пане, слава Україні! Отримували ми вчора багато повідомлень від наших глядачів, слухачів з двох каналів. Один канал – куди привезти допомогу, інший канал – звідки взяти допомогу. Давайте ми зараз трохи з цим розберемося. У нас є гуманітарний пункт на Коперника, є в нас розподільчий, так мовити, таке негарне слово, але воно описує всю суть. На арені Львів є в нас вокзал, які там ситуації.
The railway station. So, what is the situation? Let's start with the railway station and the stadium. This is everything that concerns providing humanitarian aid to the displaced people or refugees. What is going on at the railway station? With the help of volunteers, NGOs, Red Cross and many other organizations, we have arranged special points where you can get heated, when you can get some food. There is also psychological support where people will talk to you, because we understand the psychological condition of people is also important. Volunteers are also trying to have everything under control. We try to do our best, and we also have support from the National Guard and police in order to to maintain law and order. So what is going on at these points? First of all, for example, when we are talking about the railway station, you can wait for the train if you would like to leave Ukraine, but we remember that only women and children can leave Ukraine. Man aged 18, 60 cannot use this option. Another possible option is to just spend a night there, and still we see that lots of people actually are ready to welcome the displaced people. Or you may go to the stadium Arena Lviv, where we have the so-called distribution or logistics center. Arena Lviv is also safe. You can have some sleep there. There is a special place for this. If you need, you may get some food. If you need, there is a special room for mothers and kids with diapers, with all the things necessary for babies. And also there is transfer. It is done in a centralized way, so the transport will deliver you to the place where you'll stay. Everything is arranged. Currently, we already arranged 85,000 places for such people. We are talking about private people who are assisting us, but the key point is the communal ownership and the things, the accommodation that belongs to the amalgamated territorial communities. Well, certain things are different. Sometimes we are talking about schools, sometimes we are talking about people's houses or clubs, sometimes we are talking about sport facilities, which are used as accommodation for the displaced people or refugees. Currently, we have about more than 40,000 displaced people who use this accommodation. According to UN, as of yesterday, about 1 million people have already left Ukraine. And we understand that actually these are the western borders which were overloaded with people who were trying to leave Ukraine. So you have said that we have 40,000 displaced people here in Lviv. Now I'll give you a bit uncomfortable question. We understand that this war is not going to finish in a day or two, and we see what is happening in eastern Ukraine and in central Ukraine. Probably these people will not have any place to go back. Now they stay in kindergartens and schools, and the people who stay here would like to know how the whole process is going to be organized further. Let's hope in 2 weeks everything is fine and the kids should attend kindergartens and schools. Well, when we start reconstructing our social infrastructure, everything will be different. But now let's discuss the current conditions. Now we have to think about our victory. And when the time comes, we'll discuss all the other issues. Right now, I do not have any answer to give you to your question. But I understand that Lviv has all the capacity to do it. Actually, in Lviv, we have one of the largest education networks. So we have it. We have to organize it in a proper way. We have to organize all the logistic issues. Well, we have lots of people, and if we are talking about the future, we have lots of families who still have flats to welcome the displaced people. So, and they may provide this assistance to civil and military administration. Just taking into account the fact that all the other regions which are closer to the eastern part, they have the capacity to welcome the displaced people, but we understand why they do not do it. Therefore, if we are the key point now, we are fine with it. But when everything is fine, people will come back to their places. And now the railway informs that all the trains are free of charge. You do not need to buy any tickets. If you want to get evacuated from those regions where there are military actions to Western Ukraine, you just need an ID document. So there are lots of trains going from eastern part to western part. So once again, people should know that they do not need any tickets. Another point is, what about supplies to the military units? People give calls to ask and say, probably we should give some food to the brigade here, or probably we need to supply some quadricopters and other military things. Well, the situation is like that. Talking about food supply, we do not have any problems with this. For example, after one of the meetings yesterday, and I actually had a talk with all the heads of the military structures. It's my primary function to supply them with all the necessities. So everything is fine with food supply. So the way you do it now, do it. Continue doing it, and everything will be okay. So we have all the coordination, we have all the understanding. Now we are talking more about technical supplies. But again, do not be afraid of the word technical. We have all heavy weaponry, we have lots of supplies from Europe, we have all the arms, it's brought to western borders, and we immediately supply it to the areas where there are military actions. Technical things means walkie-talkies, torches, generators, accumulators, etc. So these things are really something we need, and I know that Levites and residents of the Lviv region are listening to us, so this is something that we really need. What about the helmets and the armored vests? What is the situation with them? Because we have some information from Poland, because they are watching us there as well, and they stated they are going to supply helmets and bulletproof vests. Probably I'll say something which is not popular right now, but every volunteer competent unit thinks that they should have all the weapons, everything as if they were a NATO unit. So in case the humanitarian aid comes, it is distributed to some extent equally. And definitely not everything goes to the final destination from the viewpoint of the logic of these military men. Yesterday we did some information campaign, awareness-raising campaign. Definitely we ordered these bulletproof vests and helmets. We sent requests to our foreign colleagues. So we sent requests regarding all these supplies, and it is coming. Well, now I'm going to say something about our foreign colleagues. There are some limitations what a civil person can buy, and Ukrainians already understood how to do it, how to find some gaps in the law. And there are even things which are in oversupply. Well, I was trying to calculate what is necessary, and my wife told me that they have lots of things. But we do need some medical supplies, some things for surgeries. And they really need it. So in case you have some medical staplers, it is something they need. You should not even ask why it should be supplied. You bring it to the medical units, and that's it. I would like to remind us that here our guest is Stepan Kubida, who is the head of Economic Policy Department at Lviv Military and Civil Administration. Well, we are discussing economic things. So today I went to the gas station, and it was a surprise for me, but it turned out that you cannot get petrol 95 only if you have special permit, which I didn't have, and therefore I need to get some pulse. Well, and the petrol 95 is available, but only for special transport. Could you please explain? Yes, I'd like to explain. This is the temporary situation, and this is probably for several days, as far as I understand. We communicated all gas stations, all oil stations. We understand the balance with these materials, with these fuels in Lviv region. And the statistics I've had today shows that, well, there are only few gas stations that reported lack of fuel. But diesel and petrol is available. But we actually had some management problems when we wanted, for example, to take this petrol, and there were huge queues at the gas stations, and therefore we a bit rescheduled work of these gas stations in order to organize primary supplies for the military transport. So this is just we face some problems here. No deficit. To be objective, I would like to say that the operator assured me that petrol is there, is available, but we keep it just for the special transport. There is special announcement, and that's it. Special transport really is very big, because now this region is a big distribution and logistics center for the whole Ukraine. Talking about humanitarian aid, for example. It is brought here, and then we just send it to the other regions, to Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, Sumy, Kyiv, Odessa, and many others. And this transport should have petrol. Our military men go to east of Ukraine and to central Ukraine. Therefore, our task was to find all the ways to speed up all these processes. Therefore, we face this situation. So there is no critical problems. You'd probably wait a couple of minutes at the gas station, and that's it. Well, you just pay 6 hryvnias more and buy a different type of petrol. And once again, we ask the residents to take the private cars from regional administration. Well, there are no stories like that. Well, the cars were just evacuated and put into evacuation car spaces. So what was given to the army actually was taken from the confiscation warehouses of the enforcement service. But the administration asks to remove the cars in front of the regional administration. Well, we have certain defense plans, regional defense plans and city defense plans. Therefore, to have your cars undestroyed, you'd better put them in the garages. So we would like to warn you. Well, right now I understand, because I probably should leave the studio now, because my car is parked not far from the regional administration. Please, dear colleagues, listen to the recommendations. Well, my car is not directly there, but in the proximity. We understand that our enemy doesn't have any logic behind it from the viewpoint of humanity or any war rules. Even any war has its own rules, but our enemy breaks these rules. Therefore, we try to prevent any possible things. Here we have the information from people, and at least one case happens every day. For example, in Mostyska, somebody got lost, a child in Rava-Ruska, and there are some fake news, like, for example, a person got lost in the field and is dying there, but there are real ones. So do you follow this, for example, information, these pieces of news? Yes, there are heating points, there are dry toilets, there are special places arranged by volunteers, there are shuttle buses that bring food. There is a special volunteer team that takes food from these buses and go to the cars and supply food to those people who are waiting on the border. There may be some single negative cases, but the system is operating. The volunteers are doing their best, and they also suffer from some psychological tension. For example, I was at the railway station for several hours, and there were about 10,000 people there because several trains arrived at the same time. And actually people were crying and people were shouting, and you had to explain what is going on, you have to give them food, you have to calm them down. So the process is ongoing. So these some pieces of news like that are fake news. For example, there was a situation that a woman gave a call to me, we are forgotten, we are surrendered by our army, and my friends understood, were trying to trace the call, and it was actually not far from Lviv. And for example, we have the message which we got about 30 minutes ago. There are buses from railways. For example, people bought tickets for the bus, and 15 minutes before the departure, people got the information that the bus is cancelled. So what people should do in these cases? I do not know about the situation you have just mentioned, but what we were doing before in practice, in case any buses were cancelled, we were trying to provide transfer by some other buses for people not to wait. In case we see that the transfer is not possible, we asked people to go to the Arena Lviv, to the stadium, for people to be able to stay there, to spend a night there, etc. So probably we are talking about the regular buses. They are so-called coaches, international buses, so they were just selling tickets. So people bought tickets, but the bus was cancelled. Let's clarify. If we know that it was the international bus, for example, international coach, we do not organize the same bus. We bring people to the border, and then people just go there themselves. Some unpleasant things. You have definitely heard the information about very clever people at the border who make some profit, so who take $3,000 and they organize border crossing for people, for men aged 18-60. Have you heard about such cases? Have anybody been detained? Probably you saw the photos of such people. These people were actually tied to the lampposts and were actually punished. But these were single cases. And by the way, in Lviv region, during all these days, and I'm actually following the media, there were no very big cases of looting. Probably there were some small cases, but, well, in Zhovkva, please try to go to Zhovkva website. They managed to arrest the first looter. Yes, this is war. All the masks are taken off. For example, I'm the one who would probably be very strict, fierce and tough and even violent attitude to such people who try to make money on war. Now there are some small entrepreneurs who open their small shops. For example, today we have a message that the small shop was opened and there were boys who came there, and they said that they represent territorial defense unit, and they asked the shop assistant to have some goods, to give them some goods free of charge, and when the shop assistant refused, they threatened him, took all the things free of charge and left. And we warn people that war doesn't give you any right to make chaos, to threaten somebody, and remember that if you threaten somebody, somebody will threaten you. And by the way, the shop assistant was a lady, a woman, and mind that there will be some people who will protect such shop assistants. Probably there will be even national police. So we asked those citizens who self-organize into these volunteer combatant units to communicate with us, to keep in touch with us.
So once again, we ask them to remove those checkpoints. Unfortunately, the message doesn't really always hit home. So if you have too much of something, it's not healthy. This is the saying that we have in Ukrainian. But we do our utmost to keep the local population up to speed, because we want to have a single system of checkpoints. We want it to be a fortification facility, not just a number of sandbags, because this is not a good safeguard. We continue communicating to people how a checkpoint system operates. I have a story to share about one of such arbitrary checkpoints. So they told me to exit the car. I tried to explain who I was. I do understand that not everyone knows me. Usually I have a very calm attitude because I know that there's nothing to be worried about, but it's a matter of time. You see, Stas, I'm not the only one, because I found myself in the exact same situation. Well, to be honest, I feel really bad that I was so shocked yesterday that I was not really able to respond properly. It's a guy aged 60, Green Lanos. He was located yesterday on Kulparkevska Street at one of the checkpoints, and I'm very grateful to the regional military administration. There are big boards there right now saying that there's one lane for special vehicles and public transportation, while the other one is for private vehicles. So it's a good signal to the ones in the left lane that people in the right lane are not idiots, they are not jerks, they have some special permits and passes. So thank you for your quick response. And the last question from me, I want to veer back to the topic of economy. So we have a lot of people coming in here from other parts of the country, and of course people cannot have flour, eggs, or some other food products. So people are here, they are back to their lucid mind, they are stocking up, and we keep receiving information on the shortage of food products. So can you explain how we are going to replenish our supplies? I can confirm that we indeed have some delays in supplies, and I'm not afraid of communicating this message. Why do we have delays? Most food chains operating in Lviv region are not purely Lviv region. They have a geographic footprint all over Ukraine, and most of their distribution centers that are responsible for supplies are not located in Lviv region. They are based in other regions, in particular in the eastern part of Ukraine. We do understand that that part of the country is in the midst of hostilities, so there are logistic difficulties. And we want to have distribution centers in other regions, or we need to shift to some Lviv producers and suppliers. And if the situation goes really bad, we can always resort to imports. I really hope that in the next 2 days we will be able to streamline the system and we will not have empty or half-empty shelves. But once again, keep in mind that we cannot really predict when exactly we will be able to resolve this problem. We do have humanitarian warehouses and depots. You can go there and you will always receive whatever you need. At least I have not heard a single story of people being rejected. And there's one more important point. We know the geography of places where people are accommodated, and we try to deliver food there whenever possible and wherever possible. For example, if we have refugees in a school or in a people's house, we deliver some supplies there. I remember that 2 or 3 days ago, there were some fakes floating in the social media. You know what? It's a disaster. We don't have any food left. We will be killed. We will be starved and things like that. But I proved them wrong. And another story that I want to share. We were helping some people from the East, and it's a quote from them. "Damn it, we didn't even know that you were so legit." I have one follow-up question about pharmacies. I found out yesterday that from the pharmacies, that they do have some medical supplies at their warehouses, but they don't really want to empty them, just to have some reserves for a rainy day. Exactly, you're 100% right. This information is truthful. We required drugs and medical supplies for the front line. Right now, fortunately, we have sent dozens and dozens of trucks with medical supplies and medications because Lviv region serves as a transit point. But there has to be the right balance here. It's like with food products. We are trying to maintain this balance. In terms of medical supplies and medications, for whatever reason, our people are gripped by fear, and as soon as something appears in pharmacies, they buy everything out. So we want people to understand that we do have some reserves, we do have sufficient supplies, but we need to have some basic minimum reserve for a rainy day. We will let you go, but just the last question. We've been talking extensively about supplies, about reserves, about the necessity to strike the right balance. In the war times, a lot of rules do not apply. So what about price regulation? Does the military administration have any leverage on price regulation? Because we can see prices going up. Well, maybe I'm not really well versed in the law on local administrations, but to the best of my understanding, price regulation is not within the competence of the regional administration. This is the privilege or the remit of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Within the Cabinet of Ministers, there is an Economic Investigations Bureau, and the latter recommended that food chains not raise prices, so no one should manipulate or speculate. You started talking, and there's another message that came to my mind. Well, alrighty, then you can stay here until 8 p.m. You referenced the Bureau of Economic Safety. We are in good communications with them. Today, we will publicize a chatbot developed by the Bureau of Economic Safety, and we will request the local population to make posts there on any ungrounded price rises, like, for example, a loaf of bread, 100 hryvnias, or a liter of fuel, 100 hryvnias, or something like that. So as the Department of Economics, together with the Bureau of Economic Safety, we will be investigating such cases, and stringent penalties will be imposed on such people. This chatbot has already been created, so we will definitely definitely communicate the message as well. So Stepan Kubida, the head of the economic department from the regional military administration, was with us. Thank you, Stepan. I suspect, or I assume, that we will see you again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We have another guest, but before that, a reminder. If you want to create a voluntary territorial defense unit, or if you want to join the ranks of territorial defense, go to one of the district administrations. We have 6 centers of this sort right now, but make sure that you have a passport or any other ID with you. A message from the chief commander of the armed forces of Ukraine: we shot down Su-30, a Russian plane, above Irpin. Our air defense system did a superb job. I'm not sure about you, but I will not go to bed until I see a statement from Volodymyr Zelensky. Well, I think that some of us overslept the air raid alert, like me. You should not have mentioned that. I guess Stas had a sound sleep because he was dead beat after working 24/7. Well, my wife did hear the air raid siren, and I just zonked out. So if my wife had not woken me up, I would have overslept. But anyway, if you haven't seen this statement from the chief commander yet, then let's listen to it again.
Бажаю здоров'я.
Health to all of you, dear Ukrainians, strong and kind, but not for the enemy. We are a nation that shattered the plans of our enemy, the plans that have been crafted for years and years with the insolence and impudence, with hatred towards our country, towards our people, to any people that have two things, heart and freedom. But we stop them and we continue fighting them. Our military, our territorial defense, even simple farmers take Russian occupants captive day in, day out, and they keep saying the same mantra. They have no clue why they are here, and even though they are greater, multifold, the morale of the enemy is dissipating. More and more occupants are fleeing back to Russia, from you, from us, from whoever fights them up with javelins, aircraft, helicopters, air defense, whatever can shoot and fire. But the Ukrainians are fighting off the enemy without weapons. I am fascinated by the combatants and defendants in Melitopol, Bashtanka, and some other settlements and cities. You do not let the occupants in. You block the roads. People go out to block the combat vehicles. It's quite dangerous, but courageous at the same time. I'm sure that you've seen a video from Melitopol with the Ukrainians protesting against the Russians who have entered their city. It's a temporary thing, and I'm sure about it. Even if they enter a specific city or town, it will be a temporary thing. We will oust them. We will kick them out with shame. You know the stories of the Russian occupants looting food stores in search of food. These are not soldiers and warriors. These are lost kids. They are being utilized and exploited. Take them back home. Ukrainians, each and every occupant has to know that there is nothing for them here. They will not be able to take anything. They will not be able to subjugate anyone. They can even bring in more personnel and more equipment here, but that will not change anything for them. Wherever they step their food, they will be destroyed. There will be no food for them. There will be no rest for them. There will not be a single quiet minute for them. The occupants will receive just one thing: resistance, ferocious resistance and counterattack, and they will remember that we will not give away not a single inch of our land. They will remember for a long time what the patriotic war is, because for us, the Ukrainians, it is indeed a patriotic war. We do remember how patriotic wars break out, and we know how they end. how they end for the occupants. Our army is bending over backwards to break down the enemy. Almost 9,000 Russian personnel killed over 1 week. In the Mykolaiv district, the occupants have to use dozens and dozens of helicopters to pick up cargo 200 and cargo 300. 19 years of age, 20 years of age. What have they seen in their lives apart from this brutal assault on the land of another country? But most of them are scattered throughout our territory. Ukraine doesn't want to be covered with dead bodies of the enemy. So go back home with your entire army. Tell your command that you want to live, that you don't want to die. You want to continue living. You want to stop the war. Stopping the war and restoring peace are our #1 priorities. Today, I've been actively negotiating with the leaders of other states, members of our anti-war coalition. I've had negotiations with the governments of Norway and Israel, with the president of Kazakhstan, with the Emir Qatar of Qatar, with the president of the European Council, Charles Michel, with Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, with Andrzej Duda, the President of Poland. An incredible result at the UN General Assembly. 141 countries endorsed the resolution demanding that Russia withdraw its troops immediately from Ukraine. 141 countries is with us, only 4 with Russia. 4 countries that voted against us. Here's the list. North Korea, Eritrea, Syria, and Belarus. So this is the list of the countries. They are our friends, in inverted commas, but these are the only friends that a country that doesn't want to live in peace can have. We have a new leader of the Odessa military administration, Maxim Marchenko. He's a professional service member. Our men and women are doing everything utmost on the ground to organize green corridors, to evacuate the civilians, to deliver medications. Volnovakha, Kharkiv region, Sumy region, the south of the country. These are hot spots. These are troublesome areas. We are facing terror, but this terror will fail thanks to our heroes. And 15 defendants will be conferred some medals. Bilokony, he participated in the defense of Chernihiv. Lieutenant Colonel, posthumously, he stopped the tank column on the enemy. The equipment and personnel were killed. Soldier Mr. Lukyanovich, posthumously, during the battle, he destroyed about 300 vehicles and pieces of equipment. As a result of an airstrike, he was fatally wounded. Mr. Nisulny, posthumously, he died while fighting with the enemy, while evacuating people. Soldier Mr. Nikonchuk, posthumously, he was defending the Kyiv hydropower station from airstrikes. Lieutenant Mr. Sapilo, posthumously, a commander of the tank squad, he destroyed 30 pieces of equipment, and he died as a result of an airstrike. Sergeant Mr. Sinyuk, posthumously, he defended Chernihiv. He decimated 2 combat armored vehicles and 1 tank, and he died as a result of an airstrike. Lieutenant Mr. Ukrainets, posthumously, he defended the civilians. Major Mr. Chuban, posthumously, the pilot of Su-27, he distracted the adversary aviation above Kropyvnytsky. Another major, the commander of the tank battalion, he destroyed multiple armored vehicles of the enemy. Colonel Mr. Musienko, the commander of the artillery and missile forces, Kharkiv direction. Lieutenant Mr. Talchenko, the commander of the tank squad. He protected his personnel from death. Another major, the commander of the tank squad, he evacuated the personnel and equipment from encirclement without losses. The commander of the 92nd Brigade for the effective defense of Kharkiv, Senior Lieutenant Mr. Chavalacha, for his heroic participation in the defense of the Kherson region. All 40 million, like these 15 heroes. Glory to Ukraine. Back to the studio of the Перший Західний TV channel, back to the recent updates and developments. And following Mr. Zelensky's statement, we have some information from the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, losses of the enemy, numbers as of this morning. I would like to point out once again that these are not precise numbers, they are ballpark, because you cannot really count the losses to each and every soldier, to each and every piece of equipment, because the hostilities are still ongoing. In terms of personnel, the armed forces of the Russian Federation have lost about 9,000 service members, 217 tanks, 900 pieces of combat armored vehicles, 11 air defense systems, 30 airplanes, maybe even 31 helicopters to be confirmed, 374 automotive equipment, 2 light speedboats, 70 fuel tanks, and also UAVs, 3 UAVs. UAV stands for unmanned aerial vehicles, so 3 of them. But once again, we would like to reiterate that all these numbers are to be confirmed. Their hostilities are still ongoing, so it's very difficult to put our finger on precise numbers. But at least based on these stats, you can understand the scale of losses for the Russian Federation. The Secretary of the Ministry of Defense mentioned that about 2,000 of the Russian personnel lost communications with their command posts. They are scattered around Ukraine. So we are sure that these numbers will continue growing, because some people asked yesterday, why only plus 100? Why don't we see a large increase in numbers? Well, keep in mind that there are still fierce fights. And one picture, Холодний Яр, it's a picture from the 93rd separate mechanized brigade. So here you can see some photographs of the destroyed adversary vehicles and equipment. It's a testament to the fact that the enemy is demoralized, that their advance is ebbing away, while our troops are destroying and catching the Russian occupiers. The State Border Guard Service of Ukraine informs that there are cases of attempts by men aged 18 to 60 to cross the border illegally. Recently, we talked to Mr. Stepan Kubida, one of the officials from the Lviv Regional Military Administration, and he confirmed that we had some such cases on the Poland-Ukraine border in particular, but the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine informs about the large number of cases on the border with Romania and Moldova. Some citizens of Ukraine were detained, 8 men, residents from various regions. They came to Bukovina for the purpose of the illegal crossing of the border. A person with the nickname Zurik was in charge of this group, and he agreed to facilitate these 8 men with border crossing for hefty amount. All these men are aged 26 to 45. They try to avoid military service in Donetsk, Kyiv, and Cherkasy region. So they fled those regions and tried to make it abroad. This information was communicated to the Security Service of Ukraine and the Prosecutor's Office. The Disinformation Center has some latest information on the nuclear power stations. All the nuclear power stations continue operating business as usual, so they are stable. The capacity of all 4 nuclear power stations in Ukraine is sufficient to supply power to the entire country. We saw yesterday that the population of Enerhodar took to the streets and stopped the Russian occupants. Chernihiv region, a message from the SASU on the 3rd of March at about 8:10 in the morning. There was some shelling on Trudinova Street, and the missile struck an oil depot, 5,000 cubic meters of diesel fuel. The information about human losses and damage is to be confirmed. Once again, a big request from the General Staff. If there are airstrikes, do not make photographs, do not make videos, do not really post them online, do not help and abate the enemy, because that helps them adjust the fire. And in most cases, the targets of these airstrikes are civilians and civilian infrastructure. And the police has some additional hotlines for citizens. The 102 number is not always available because it's overloaded. 619-001, that's a hotline number, 619-001. This is for Chernihiv region. Of course, our focus is on all those regions that are subjected to fierce fighting. We've mentioned Chernihiv, we've mentioned Kherson, some more details about Kyiv, but there are also some recent details about Kharkiv region. As per the data of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, 34 civilians died as a result of the Russians' offensive on Ukraine. So this is just in Kharkiv region. 34 civilians, 285 civilians injured, of them 10 children. These are the stats from the SASU. They say that in the previous day, the enemy continued striking by bombs and missiles and shells. The entire civilian neighborhoods took the brunt. Kharkiv and Izum were the hotspots. As Yiblivka, Khorosheva in Kharkiv region, these are some of the villages that were targeted as well. The Lviv police informs that on the 2nd of March, no extraordinary cases were identified in Lviv region. The information about grenades in basements was a fake. This is the information that was propagated in some of the groups of our homeowner associations. First deputy head of the Kyiv administration, Mr. Povroznik, informs that the situation in the capital is stable. All the neighborhoods are supplied with water, electricity, and communications. 2 bridges will be open today. The infrastructure is operating business as usual. The curfew is over. The air defense forces were operating at night. So the explosions were the actions of our air defense systems. Some heat pipes were destroyed in close proximity to the railway station, but there's no threat to heat supply. That pipe is under reconstruction right now. The Pівденний southern bridge was damaged as well, so this bridge will be closed by the northern Північний and Darницький bridges will be open. Upwards of 800 reports were communicated to the Lviv law enforcement bodies. All these reports were verified, but a big request from the police. If there are reports that are not police-related, they should be forwarded to some other bodies. Because once again, keep in mind that police are responsible for patrolling, for public order, for checkpoints. It's great that territorial defense is in as well, but the police are overloaded indeed. So if you have a report that has nothing to do with the police, you can also use the 112 hotline in Lviv, and there they will help you understand which bodies to address. I really like the scheme of communication of the Russian governmental agencies. Their messages became very succinct for some reason. We will have a communications expert with us today, and we will converse with her about the communication strategy of our governmental agencies. We will also concentrate on disinformation from the Russian Federation. But the Russians are very brief in their messages. So when they were bombarded by sanctions, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs posted a very brief message. We really hope that the sanctions will be lifted soon and the country will go back to normalcy. Well, the Ukrainian railways provided refrigerators to remove the dead bodies of the occupants. So please appreciate the integrity of the Ukrainian government, the integrity of the Ukrainian people, because despite the terrorists that we are being subjected to right now, the Ukrainian railways provided some refrigerators to transport the dead bodies of the Russian military. So at least 20 train cars were allocated with refrigerators to transport cargo 200 from Odessa, Zastava, Podilsk, Marecha, and Zaporizhia. But this information is to be confirmed. 50 tons is the capacity of one refrigerator, so we will be able to transport 10,000 dead bodies. These train cars will be engaged solely for the transportation of the dead bodies of the enemy. Right now, they are positioned at the station. So everything is true, but once again, you can see some nuances and subtleties there. Well, from the communications of the occupants, there's another point that I want to make. Whenever they are reading a decree, they always end by saying, until the situation changes, that will change in the near future. So basically for them, for the media, they still have this hope, you know, that we will kill everyone, we will take Ukraine, and then we can be friends again. That will not happen. Russia is transforming into the second North Korea. It's completely isolated from the world. The Russian Paralympic athletes were not allowed to participate, both the Russian and Belarusian athletes. So they are excluded from everywhere, because several days ago they were still allowed to participate, but they were suspended today. And the Paralympic Committee made a decision to completely suspend all Russians and Belarusian athletes. So it's not that they cannot do it under Russian flag. I would like to continue on the topic of communications of the Russian Federation. Another piece of information, one of the oldest media outlets in Moscow, Echo Moscow, was closed down, and it was done based on the decision of the General Prosecutor's Office, because the Echo Moscow Moscow media outlet criticized the regime of Putin, and this media outlet was completely liquidated as notified by Mr. Benediktov. But, I mean, their criticism is not even criticism by our standards. I mean, they did provide an alternative perspective, and there were some notes of criticism, but not like something that we can see here in Ukraine. But the Echo Moscow media outlet was at least a window of truth. But now it's closed down, it's liquidated, and it's a testimony to what the Russian Federation does to whoever protests, whoever frowns down on them, whoever is not in support of their terrorist regime. Yesterday, we discussed the situation in the Crimea with Mr. Aliyev, and they also have this Ukrainian institute. I received a lot of positive feedback for this specific topic, so it's great that we still remember that this war is not only about Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Kherson. We still have Donetsk and Luhansk region, we have the Crimea, and we will have them back. Mr. Aliyev mentioned that there is more resistance against the war. They don't want the personnel and the military equipment to be sent there. So here we have the Crimean traitors. They betrayed us in 2014, and now they are fighting in Ukraine again, but we detected, identified some of them, and they will be punished. Like here you can see some videos and photographs. So these are some of the people from the Crimea that are back in Ukraine right now, and this is something that we need to show to the Crimea, because in 2014 they received completely different promises, but all these promises did not come to fruition. And some good news from Poland. Poland really believes that Ukraine will receive an EU member state candidate in the next couple of days. Well, but it's not a matter of the next couple of days. It has to be a matter of the next couple of hours. We cannot really protract this process any further. Robust decisions have to be made. The Ukrainian delegation was on the way to the second round of negotiations late last night. The location will not be Ilovitska Pushcha, because we know the Russians, they always strike before the negotiations, and usually they strike the civilians. So if you are in those cities that are hotspots, do not leave your shelters, do not really go outdoors. If you see the movements of the Russian troops, please report that. We will find their insignia, and we will try to project that on the screen. So right now you should be able to see some of the signs that they use. So these are the signs that you can see on the Russian vehicles and military equipment. If you identify such vehicles and equipment, please report that to the security service of Ukraine, to the law enforcement bodies, but do not photograph Ukrainian vehicles and military equipment. Do not publish that information. So once again, if you are a witness to shelling or airstrikes, do not photograph, do not video record, and do not post everything right away. If you really want to publish that information, wait for at least 1 hour, because if you publish right away, you help the enemy with fire adjustment. If something needs to be publicized, it will be done by the official channels. As for these 8 men who wanted to cross the Moldovan border illegally, these men were detained. So these men are back in Ukraine. They will be behind the bars, and we have 6 more Ukrainians who tried to cross the Moldovan border. They were detained by the border guards, and there was a Moldovan citizen together with these 6 Ukrainian citizens. They were detected at the Dniester River, and they tried to use a boat to illegally cross the border. Just a reminder that for such an offense, they will be detained and criminal proceedings will be initiated against them. So they will be investigated by the police, by the security service of Ukraine. The only thing that they can rescue them right now is if they agree right away to take up arms and defend our country. But the saddest thing is that instead of using their border guard forces to defend our borders, the border guards have to distract their attention towards such illegal citizens. We also have an announcement from the national TV and radio broadcasting company. You know that the national broadcasters joined their forces and they are working on a single online news marathon. From time to time, we contribute as well, especially if there are situations like the day before yesterday when a TV tower was hit in Kyiv. So if you are following our TV channel, but from time to time you switch to the Єдині новини channel, keep in mind that this air is available on radio frequencies as well. We have a relevant app, you can download it. So just type in Єдині новини news marathon and you can at least listen to it if you do not have access to television or to the internet. So there's always this opportunity to at least listen. So news marathon, Єдині новини. We will have a short break. Mr. Kosicki's briefing is about to start, and as soon as it begins, we will be back on air because we want you to have access to the most important and to the most relevant. Thank you. We will be back shortly.
Інформаційний фронт 24/7. І з вами ми сильні, а тепер іще сильніші. Перший західний розширює мовлення. Тепер наш канал і у цифрі на Т2 для мешканців Львова та довколишніх громад. Якісна картинка і перевірена інформація. Дякуємо, що дивитесь і довіряєте.
Мы пришли вас освободить.
Сьогодні ти знову написала, що тобі страшно. І я знову попрошу. Ні, сьогодні я накажу відставити боятись. Погладь за мене Бармалея і спокійно лягай спати. До речі, як там Марусі в школі? Скажи тату берегти серце і обійняти маму. І взагалі, давайте усміхатися. Вашій силі краса. Допомагайте один одному і виручайте. цілуйте любимих. Святкуйте свою свободу. Ви за нашими спинами, ось такі теж надійні, не ховаєтеся, прикриваєте нас із тилу. Зробіть так, щоб ми пишалися вами. І ми повернемось. Повернемось.
Готовий до кінця боротися за незалежність, цілісність України і все зробити для того, щоб світ нас підтримав. Єдине, чого нам не вистачає, звичайно, це хорошу протиповітряну оборону і авіацію. Тому, відповідно, сьогодні в такому светрі закликаю весь світ надати Україні ППО і літачки, щоб ми могли боротися з окупантом і в повітрі в повну силу. Якщо була ситуація на Львівщині спокійна, бомбардувань не було, так було сповіщення протиповітряної оборони. Хотів би також наголосити, і що наша адміністрація зараз створила канал, телеграм-канал сповіщення для того, щоб всі користувалися єдиним джерелом, тому що, на жаль, територіальні громади почали видавати свої інформаційні повідомлення про повітряну тривогу, але просимо вас надати єдине джерело інформації, тому що воно єдине, вірне і дає достовірну інформацію. Займаємося надалі гуманітарними питаннями,
providing the information.
Європи і світу, іноземних компаній.
We addressed all the foreign companies in order to have a reserve of social products for us to be able to arrange sort of food hubs and supply these products to the territory of all over Ukraine. Today, we supply them to big cities and small settlements starting from Zhytomyr and to Dnipro. Lviv region will be a reliable supply source of all necessary things. At the same time, we sent the heroes to the front. We already sent about several thousand people who want to the central Ukraine to fight the occupants. We have lots of people willing to go there, and please, definitely Kyiv need the people who will be able to protect the capital, and therefore, if you have some groups who would like to go to Kyiv, coordinate their departures with us, communicate with us, for us to be able to coordinate everything with Kyiv. Talking about displaced people, the queues at the borders are going less. Actually, the biggest number is about 100 cars. Last year, about 40,000 people crossed the border. Talking about settling people here, we have about 45,000 people who stay in Lviv, and the other 30,000 people stayed here temporarily. Permanently, we have about 45,000 people. About 30,000 places are vacant. We all the time have trains with displaced people and refugees. Any trains going from the east of Ukraine are evacuation trains. We are going to welcome people here and give all the necessary supplies. We have a team of Lviv region that has the law enforcement people among them. There will be a special system of permits introduced, and during several days both new and old permits will be valid, but on a certain date the old permits will be invalid, and there will be special announcement about it. We have special command offices of regional military and civil administrations. Therefore, we are going to arrange the unified system. Checkpoints. Talking about Lviv, together with the volunteer competent units and law enforcement bodies and the military and civil administration, we have a list of checkpoints we are going to reinforce. There are 17 checkpoints that will be reinforced for us to be able to protect the city. All the other checkpoints will have the representatives of law enforcement bodies. There is joint patrolling of Lviv streets. We have the National Guard, the National Police, as well as other battalions who are registered in Lviv City Council. Thank you. Are there any questions? Well, we had the notification about rockets being launched to Lviv region and they were intercepted. So what should be done by people who come to Lviv in this evacuation train? So they arrive to the railway station, they are divided into two groups, those who would like to leave the territory of Lviv region and those who would like to stay. Those who would like to go from Lviv region, they may use buses and they may go to the checkpoints, to the pedestrian border crossing points and cross the border. Another variant, they stay at the railway station, they may get on the trains, again going to the border, and there are about 5 or 6 trains like that. That was variant number 2. Variant number 3, Ukrzaliznytsia has some trains going to Transcarpathian, and from there they go to Slovakia. And those people who would like to stay in Lviv, they may find accommodation themselves, or in case they do not find it themselves, they will be brought to Arena Lviv. There they have a list of free accommodation where they can stay. Some other questions? We have checkpoints in Lviv. Whether there are any passport checks or ID documents check, and have you found any saboteurs? Well, these are well-organized groups of well-trained people. And the Anti-Terrorist Center of Security Service of Ukraine and police is trying to find such people, and there are successful cases. But regarding the checkpoints, the volunteer competence actually found some of such people, but later reported about them, but later they were found innocent. There is the information that the men aged 80-60 who come to Lviv region should go to the military office. They should register the military office. And in case they are part of mobilization wave, or they probably, in case they will be part of territorial defense unit, they will be mobilized. So they have to register at the military office and military organization, and then they may go to the temporary place of residence. What will happen in case a person has not registered with the military office and still is in Lviv region? This is violation of the law, and the person will be brought to responsibility. Yesterday it was mentioned that they are given 48 hours. Now it is mentioned that it is 24 hours. Well, 48 hours since the moment of arrival. So how many people came back to Ukraine from abroad? As of 12 o'clock yesterday, almost 27,000 people came back to Ukraine from abroad. As of 12 o'clock yesterday. If there are no any other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Maxim Kozycki. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. So we are live again, and that was the press briefing of the head of military administration in Lviv region, Maxim Kozycki. And our journalist will probably stress the most important information, but we would like to stress the following thing. Today we have the most complicated project of Ukrposhta. We start delivering pensions to more than 3 million of our clients all over Ukraine. That was reported by the head of Ukrposhta, Mr. Igor Smilyansky. That was something we discussed during previous days. Now the mechanism is already elaborated. You may go to the website of Ukrposhta. You may get in touch with them using the contact information which is available on the screen in case you have any questions. But all people who need all social benefits and guarantees will get them. The state remembers about you. We protect our country, but at the same time we protect all those people who need this help. There will be no default. Ukraine performed its obligations regarding Eurobonds, so there was a payment made regarding European obligations that date back to September 2021. This is the information of the director of the Foreign Currency Fund. So we perform all our commitments and obligations 100%. So we did the payment regarding the European bonds. So you see that we are trying to reduce the debt pressure on Ukraine. And some people really try to use these issues regarding the state debt. So the debt is trying to, there are some people who try to somehow do something about the securities. The most important in this information is the final message. As of the 28th of February, we have 33 billion hryvnias in the current account of Ukraine, which is enough for all the payments. Do you remember the year 2014 when Yanukovych fled the country, when Russia occupied the Crimea? The state account had 108,000 hryvnias. Just imagine. Well, at that time it was $12,000 calculated. Now we have 33 billion hryvnias. Thanks God we have all the necessary money to pay the payments, the pensions, etc. One of our guests today will be an economist who will explain all the processes which are going on and what we might expect. He will be with us at about 2 o'clock. Another message from the people deputies of Ukraine. There was the session of the committee of the council regarding economic development, and there was only one issue: nationalization of property and assets of the citizens of the Russian Federation. Soon this decision will be voted. There is one more message from the Supreme Council. There was Law Enforcement Committee session, and there they voted for enhancing responsibility for looting, something we were discussing with Stepan Kuybida. Though there are single cases of looting, but they are definitely negative. We understand that there are some people who pretend to be national competence, and they go to the shops, some small shops, some kiosks, and demand some goods free of charge, claiming they need it for the volunteer competent units or territorial defense units. Well, first of all, this is a cynic act. This is improper This is the situation when the enemy is killing kids, is destructing the social infrastructure, and here we have some bad guys, disgusting people who steal from their own people. If you want to show how strong you are, well, go to Kharkiv, Sumy, Kyiv region, Mykolaiv, Donetsk, Luhansk, and just show how strong you are. Here we have peaceful population working 24/7, trying to maintain and assist our army. Well, though it is war, still the economy is working. We have to pay our taxes. For example, I have the postponement of my payments till the 1st of June, but I paid everything because I understand it is important for the army. If you are a company that has some reserves, follow the example of Lviv entrepreneurs. For example, SoftServe IT company transferred 24 million hryvnias of taxes ahead of time in order to help the state, in order to give the state a chance to equip our soldiers. Do not be just those people, as we see, who made the self-made checkpoint and now require something for themselves free of charge. We even do not want to discuss these things. Ukr-Telecom informs that critical infrastructure is still on, but in 12 oblast centers we see decrease in internet speed. It's clear it's because of military actions, and we have the situations like that in Житомир, Херсон, Рівне, Хмельницьк, Миколаїв, Львів, Івано-Франківськ, Київ, and Transcaucasian regions. There are no military actions here, but we understand the infrastructure is distributed. We also see it. Don't be afraid. There will be no connection lost. Ukr-Telecom is working to restore the traffic. And we have one more example how Russian propaganda and the Russian machine is disrupted step by step, how it is attacked at different sides, and we see how the common citizens can contribute. There are games developed by our Ukrainian IT people, so you play this game and you block the Russian websites. The Russian people, for example, the Roskomnadzor addressed Google with a request not to show atrocities happening in Ukraine, stating that via YouTube you distribute these things. Well, we spread good news about the operation in Ukraine. We came to Ukraine to free the Russian-speaking population suppressed by Ukrainian government, and you show some wrong and false messages. And in this message, they state that this information is targeted at creating the protest intentions among the Russian population. If some people hear us in the Russian Federation, wow, viewers, you cannot avoid protesting, because the information war is just similar to the traditional war, and all the losses suffered by the Russian army, and we announce, by the way, every day how many tanks have been lost. For today, there were 9,000 personnel lost, and the information war is also very severe. Yesterday we read the list of companies leaving the Russian market, and Spotify is closing its office in Russia. You won't be able to listen to anything. Baskov is for you, I don't know,
боже, як ж вони називаються, на балалайці, коли грають.
You will be
Я вже навіть не можу
listening to some accompaniment by balalaika. So there will be only Russian culture products. So something you ask Google to do probably won't happen. We have our Minister for Digital Transformation, and he will act as well. So please come down, switch on your channel Russia 24 and listen to it until it's available. Because soon, probably you'll start thinking how to join your leader in the bunker. Yesterday, I saw that in TikTok, probably the Russians paid, I don't know, but there were lots of messages in TikTok that everything is okay, PayPal is okay, you can buy Apple phones, so everything's fine, do not believe Western propaganda. But several bloggers actually put lots of videos from the airports, and probably lots of people are already abroad and make videos while we are for peace. We are brothers, the Russians and Ukrainians, and there was a blogger Shevchenko who made a very good video. Well, we are going to find him later and show him, and he shows the difference between the Russians and Ukrainians in a joyful way. Well, important information from Alexei Arestovich, the counselor. He stated that the Ukrainian forces destroyed the Russian convoy near Kharkiv and captured the second unit. This is Kantemiriv division and the Mine division. According to him, they captured the head of the tank division, the senior officers, and it will help us better protect ourselves. We saw lots of secret documents captured, shown by Security Service of Ukraine yesterday, and they showed it yesterday. We also provide information what is happening in the nuclear area. We have the address of the head of Energoatom, who is expressing gratitude to people from Energodar and sending the address to International Atomic Agency. I'm very grateful to all the residents of Energodar city and our staff of nuclear power station for their actions, trying to stop occupants and trying to block occupants on their way to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. They have installed and arranged the checkpoint. They put heavy trucks on the way, and they immediately came when the mayor and the administration asked them to come to the checkpoint, and there were more than 20,000 people there blocking the passage of the Russian occupants to the territory of the nuclear power station and Energodar city. Currently, the situation is like that. The Russian occupants are trying to hold negotiations with the administration of the city. They state that they have the task of their management to occupy Energodar and to go further to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. And they actually state that they would like only to enter the city, to take a photo at the background at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station and send a report to the management of the Russian army for propaganda purposes, just for them to show that they control the city. And they state that after this, they leave the territory of the city. Once again, I would like to say that nuclear facilities is not something you can play with. This is a crucial technological facility, and this is done in violation with the nuclear conventions and all the treaties and agreements achieved before at the level of UN and International Atomic Energy Agency, and we do hope that with all absurd thing behind this aggression, the occupants will have enough common sense to not to send the missiles in the direction of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. We have a 30-kilometer control zone, and we ask the citizens, the personnel, to protect the area, to prevent any explosions, any blasts, any usage of weaponry in this area. This is really dangerous for Ukraine. This is really dangerous for the very occupants and actually for the whole world. Now, the damages caused for these 6 days of war amounts to 18 billion hryvnias. We understand that these damages is only approximate valuations, and it may be even higher. Though we had a talk with the Director General of International Atomic Energy Agency, and now we still have a number of talks and negotiations with International Atomic Energy Agency, so we discuss all these things with them. We had our requirements and they accepted it, and we expect the decision to be taken today by the nuclear atomic energy agencies regarding the protection zone and safe zone around our facilities. We want to control the nuclear facility in Chernobyl area, so all the control should be given back to Ukraine, and the occupants should leave Chernobyl area, and further cases like this should be prevented. I'm talking about approaching nuclear facilities at a distance of 30 kilometers, and they should leave the Ukrainian territory in general. We are back in the studio, Перший Західний. You can listen to us in Radio Перший, and you can listen to us in Brody, and there are lots of channels in Stebnik, Brody, and other areas of Western Ukraine are listening to us. I have a very good piece of news. I like this news from our partners. I like them more when we have some information about weaponry supplies, for example, something we got from our British colleagues, but the message I have now is also very positive. The authorities of Hamburg has arrested the yacht of Alisher Usman, of the Russian oligarch. Here is the yacht on the screen. Several details. It cost $600 million. It's very large. It has 2 helicopter grounds. There is a swimming pool, sauna, beauty saloon, just a gym, and we can only congratulate the municipality of Hamburg with this asset, $600 million. The Russian oligarch probably will feel how painful the sanctions are, and they also, this is also a hit to their vanity. This is the matter of their pride. Well, the common citizens probably do not understand why you need $600 million yacht with 2 helicopter grounds. The staff working there is about 100 people, 96 to be exact. And this is not the critical, not the crucial infrastructure, first necessity infrastructure. He's not living there. The operator is saying that he's creating jobs there. Well, I think the German government will find jobs for these 100 people. people, but this yacht will be a very good place for rest.
В кладовці є усі підсилювач до Форда американця 18-го року. Їх в Україні практично немає. Якщо ви хочете їх замовити, їх треба завжди з Америки замовляти, 3 місяці чекати.
For example, I have some reinforcer in Hanser, which is unique, which is produced in America. We have another address from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, but before there is one more piece of news. -1 air defense units said that another bombarding plane, Su-24, was shot down. That's great news, and now we are listening to the address of the President of Ukraine.
Незламний народи непереможної України. Рівно
Dear Ukrainians, 2 years ago, the first COVID-19 case was registered in Ukraine. We do remember the first weeks of combating the coronavirus. They were challenging, but we were united and we withstood. A week ago, another virus attacked Ukraine, another disease, and those people who suffer from the heavy annexation and occupation of other countries' land. A week ago, the Russian Federation made a brutal assault on Ukraine. Grandiosity, schema, mania, phobias, missile strikes, artillery, combat armored vehicles like locust, but the first days of the fight were very challenging, but we were united, we remain united, and we will stand strong. We are so strong that the invaders had to change their tactics. The missile and bomb strikes on Ukrainian cities are their confession to the fact that they cannot do anything on our land. All the defense lines are sustained. The enemy is not succeeding in any direction. They are dejected, they are upset, and that's why we had another missile and bomb strike last night. Izum, Kherson, and some other cities. The invaders were striking really hard from the air, but we didn't really give away anything. Chernohiv, Sumy, Mykolaiv, Odessa, they are keeping up their defenses. They want to decimate Odessa, but they will see only the bottom of the Black Sea because they are the bottom. They hit the rock bottom. The target of the Russians became the Uspensky Cathedral in Kharkiv, one of the oldest monuments in Ukraine. Right now it's used as shelter for the Ukrainians, for all people, both believers and non-believers, for everyone, because we all are equal. But this sacred place took the brunt of the war. They are not afraid of even that. They are taking advantage of the fact that there's resistance, but God will answer, and you will not be able to hide. You will not be able to hide from God. We will restore the cathedral, and there will be not a single trace of war there. And even if you destroy all our Ukrainian cathedrals and churches, you will not be able to decimate our faith, our heartfelt faith in Ukraine and in God, our faith in people. We will restore each and every building, each and every street, each and every city, and we are sending a message to Russia. Reparations and contributions or restitution, these are the words that you need to master. You will pay back each and every cent that we incurred in losses because of you. We will not forget anything because we are with God. You have come to destroy our cities and ruin our lives, to take away everything from us, everything that is so dear and close to us. You are cutting off our civilian population from water, electricity, and heating. You leave people without food and medications. You shell those routes that can be used for evacuation. There's not a single piece of weapons that you haven't utilized against us, against the free people of Ukraine. And right now you're out there spreading the message to your propaganda guys that you want to send humanitarian convoys to Ukraine. There are millions of people cursing you, so there's no rescue for you. Ukrainians in all the regions of our country, those those regions that are suffering from fierce fights receive whatever is necessary. The humanitarian command posts are in full swing. The humanitarian convoys are en route. Our government are putting together some allowances for those Ukrainians who cannot work because of the war. In those cities and areas that are subjected to hostilities, we will provide assistance amounting to 6.5 thousand hryvnias to all the entrepreneurs and people who cannot work. As for the elderly, despite the war, they will receive their pensions, indexed pensions, the way it has to be under our legislation. As of the 1st of March, the pensions have been indexed by 14%. The money has already been transferred to the banks, and all the payments will be made in full amount. On a daily basis, we receive weapons and armament from our partners, from genuine friends of Ukraine. Every day, more and more powerful weapons. We are already hosting some of the volunteers, voluntary fighters from other countries. They are coming in to protect our lives, to protect our country for the sake of everyone. Within our history, on our native land, we have survived two world wars, two famines, the Holocaust, the Babin Yar, the Chernobyl explosion, the occupation of the Crimea, and the war in the eastern part of our country. We don't have large swaths of land from the ocean to the ocean. We don't own nuclear weapons. We do not populate the global market with oil and gas. But what we have is our people. What we have is our land. And this is our goal. And this is something that we are fighting for. There's nothing for us to lose bar our freedom, bar our dignity. These are our greatest values and treasures. They have been trying to destroy us really hard. They wanted to wipe us off the face of the planet, but they failed. They wanted to hit us on the back, but we withstood, and the entire world has heard us. We have experienced so many atrocities, and if someone thought that after all these terrible pages in our histories we would surrender, we would give away weapons, then they do not know anything about Ukraine. They do not know anything about the Ukrainians, and there's nothing for them to do here among us. They are strangers. Go back home to protect your own Russian-speaking people. You don't have to protect them all over the world. Protect them back home. There are a lot of them, about 150 million of them. While here, only glory to Ukraine prevails. Back to the studio of the Перший Західний TV channel. You have just seen the latest statement of Mr. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, the latest one, not the last one. That's an important specification. Just a reminder, be very vigilant about a video statement that might be propagated in the social media. Our intelligence informs that they are about to stage a disinformation campaign, so they want to propagate a video statement of ostensibly Volodymyr Zelensky making a statement of surrender. Do not believe that. Do not promulgate this information because it's a fake. Some other latest information from the Secretary of the Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Mr. Danilov. The border guards, together with the armed forces of Ukraine, advanced to the border of Ukraine in Sumy region. On day 7 of the war with the terrorist state, with Russia, this forward group of the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine advanced to our border in Sumy region. By the way, we were requested by our audience to reiterate that border guards are also actively engaged in the fighting. So we're very grateful to the armed forces of Ukraine, to our border guards, because they are doing an excellent job in the ferocious fighting against the Russian invaders on the territory of Ukraine. The Armed Forces of Ukraine, the National Guard, the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine, the Patrol Police, the Security Service of Ukraine, these are the agencies that are operating on multiple fronts. And if you do not have a good understanding of who is responsible for what, just keep in mind that they all have their own tasks, they have their own jobs. The Security Service of Ukraine catches intelligence officers, they identify and dismantle saboteurs and sabotage squads. The border guards protect our borders. National Guard is responsible for clearing strategic facilities. The Alpha Squad helps us with catching some special forces of the Russian Federation, like the Kadir squads. So the resistance movement is on full throttle as well. But I don't really want to disclose any further information because the enemy is following us. The police officers in Kharkiv detained some more looters. One of the police officers identified 2 people who broke the glass and started looting the store. It's just a reminder for everyone that the National Police is on guard. We continue providing support to the civilian population. We distribute food products and support with evacuation. And here you can see 3 new numbers of the main police department in Kharkiv region. So apart from 102, you can also call these numbers. There are police stations there, and they will transmit your reports to whoever needs it. So here you can see some photographs of those stores that were looted by the looters. They were detained under the effective legislation of Ukraine, not like what happened in October on our border. So it's great that they were taken into custody, and a very motivational video from our artillery forces. It's just a reminder that we will remember and have etched in our memories everything that has been done by the occupants. And they are responding with dignity, because we have the Russian invaders decimating the civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. Look here, we are inundated by requests from our friends, acquaintances, and viewers. These are requests about places to go if you are in need of assistance. So once again, let us reiterate that in Lviv region we have a chat bot. It's a hotline of the Lviv region. If you join Telegram, there's a special chat bot, Loda hotline. You can see it on the screen right now, and this is a resource where you can receive information on multiple things. How to join the armed forces of Ukraine, territorial defense in the first place. If you want to find out more about how to help our defenders or refugees, there's info there. Maybe you have some outstanding questions about shelters and bomb shelters that we have available in the region, or maybe you have some requests and questions on the accommodation of refugees, on the operation of public transportation, lines on the borders, curfew, checkpoints, permits, all sorts of petitions and requests. This chatbot of the hotline is also available in English. If you have an opportunity to provide humanitarian aid, or you know people who want to do that, please call the following number, 032-259-6031. Once again, 032-259-6031. We are talking about those people who hold any information on humanitarian aid for our troops or for those Ukrainians who are forced to flee their homes and travel abroad. Another reminder, and this is something that we do on a regular time, how to behave at checkpoints. Well, I know that you have to switch off your lights, you have to slow down, you have to show your documents. It's right, but there's a special request to the journalists that want to cross the checkpoint. So the journalists have to comply with the same rules. You need to have your documents on you at all times. You need to show your documents. If you are officially accredited and you can see that someone does doesn't want to let you pass, you can inform the police or call the 102 line. If the 102 line is overloaded, there are some dedicated phone numbers in each and every region of Ukraine. Keep in mind that photography and video recording at checkpoints are forbidden because it can facilitate the enemy. You can publish such information only upon the permission of the Ministry of Defense or the Security Service of Ukraine, and do not move around the city after the curfew. Dear representatives of the media and journalism, we really appreciate your fair and objective coverage of the events that taken place in Ukraine, but you need to be on guard. A message from Mr. Kozetsky: please treat with understanding all the rules and regulations of the wartime, and do not create arbitrary checkpoints, only upon the permission from the National Police and Territorial Defense. We're going to have a very short break right now, but before we break, I would like to draw your attention to some important points. Just a reminder that from now on, you can use your electronic 1000 for the purchase of any items, for example, electronics. The leadership of the country understands that each and every hryvnia is of importance to the Ukrainians right now. So this money is not limited only to fitness clubs or gyms or some entertainment activities. If you still have some money left on these electronic cards, you can use them for whatever. Just one caveat: you cannot fill this card, but you can transfer money to other cards. And we heard it in the statement of Mr. Zelensky that if you live in the hot spots, and if because of the war you've lost your job or you cannot work, you will receive an allowance from the state amounting to 6,500 hryvnias, and that is extended to private entrepreneurs, hired workers, employers, each and every Ukrainian who cannot work because of the war. So there are no restrictions here, no limitations. All these people will be able to receive 6,500 hryvnias. The president also reminded that the government is already paying pensions, and as of the 1st of March, these pensions were indexed by 14%. As per the president, the money has already been transferred to the banks, and all the payments will be made. A short break right now until noon, and at noon we will be back at our studio, and we will continue providing you with the latest news and developments. And we will have a special guest, Mr. Tikholos, the director of the Franco House in Lviv.
Наша команда тримає інформаційний фронт 24/7. І з вами ми сильні, а тепер іще сильніші. Перший західний розширює мовлення. Тепер наш канал і у цифрі на Т2 для мешканців Львова та довколишніх громад. Якісна картинка і перевірена інформація. Дякуємо, що дивитесь і довіряєте.
Мы пришли вас освободить.
Сьогодні ти знову написала, що тобі страшно. І я знову попрошу. Ні, сьогодні я накажу відставити боятись. Погладь за мене бармале і спокійно лягай спати. До речі, як там Руся в школі? Скажи тату берегти серце і обійняти маму. І взагалі, давайте усміхатися. Ваші силі краса. Допомагайте один одному і виручайте. Цілуйте любимих. Святкуйте свою свободу. Ви за нашими спинами. Ось такі теж надійні, не ховаєтеся, прикриваєте нас із тилу. Зробіть так, щоб ми пишалися вами. І ми повернемось. Повернемось і будемо жити.
Повертаємося до студії телеканалу «Перший Західний», 8-ма доба, марафон наш.
Welcome back. It's the 8th day of the war. We can also listen to us on Radio 1, and we are having our guest here, Богдан Тихолос, the director of the Franco House in Lviv. But before we start, important news. The negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, the advisor to Russian President Medinsky claimed that there are 3 blocks of Russian requirements: military, humanitarian, and political. He says that Ukrainian negotiations are to take place around 2 p.m. Kyiv time. They are saying they are waiting for the Ukrainian delegation. The negotiations, according to Medinsky, will happen in Brest region, but we have already heard that Putin's press secretary Dmitry Peskov has underscored that Ukraine is trying to delay the process, to delay the negotiations. We are following this closely, and as soon as we have some new information, we will let you know. Just to remind you, the first round of the negotiations happened behind closed doors, and we were able to see just 1 minute of video filmed by the journalist of a Belarus channel, and we think that it will be the same this time. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. So we are following the events closely, and it's painful to see what's happening to culture. We had information about Maria Primachenko Museum. It was reported that her paintings were destroyed, but it's not that easy to make our people surrender. It turned out that people were able to save the paintings. It's hard to comprehend. People are not thinking about their own lives, but they are thinking about saving these works of art that are important not only for Ukraine, but also for the entire world. And I'm sure that Russians would never behave in such a way. In this situation, when we have to save the country, when you have to be part of the territorial defense and you have to protect the Franco House in Lviv, so what are you doing at this moment? We have to be very disciplined. We don't have to disperse our efforts. Maybe we should just add to the things that we have been doing. Yes, we need to receive people. We need to help accommodate people. We need to help with humanitarian aid channels. And at the same time, we need to learn how to provide first aid. And on the basis of the Franco House, we currently have a voluntary formation named after Petro Franco, the first director of the museum and our great soldier, and one of the founders of the Ukrainian Halachina aviation and the Ukrainian siege riflemen. So we are trying to engage people who are willing to defend the cultural values. Why it's important to speak about culture, not just speak about culture, but defend and protect cultural values, because it's not some local military conflict as some people are trying to present it. It's a global clash of civilizations. It's a war of values, a war of civilizations. It's a war between oppression, lies, and the war between dignity and freedom. And I'm convinced that today the fate of civilization, freedom, and dignity is decided here in Ukraine. And if we speak about values, culture is where those values are brought. Wars come to an end, and Putin is immortal, while cultural values will live forever. And if we stop thinking about culture, we will lose much more than just a piece of land or a building. We will lose our identity. So it's extremely important that representatives of cultural agencies, in addition to trying to accommodate and feed people, also think about long-term perspective. And this long-term perspective that you are talking about, so maybe more immediate plans. Yesterday we spoke to a psychologist, Volodymyr Semcheshin, here in the studio, and over the past 2 days we have seen that many people in Lviv have become more aggressive, and we are fearing that this aggression will lead to something more serious. And the aggression, one of the reasons for it is that there are many people from the east currently in Lviv. We are a little bit different. different in our behavior, and it's hard for Lvivians to accept our behaviors, while it's hard for them to accept the way we behave. And this aggression may just help the enemy. So when we speak about preservation of culture and values, we also need to preserve the values and culture in this emergency state. We need to talk to people who have come here, and what is the right way to speak, what is the right way to do that when we have no opportunity to show a performance, to organize some meetings with foundations. It should be a face-to-face conversation. Yes, individual conversations, but also additional sources, additional channels, social media, websites, audio and media content that we are producing, and face-to-face integration with different people that are currently staying here in Lviv. Yes, we are very different. We are a big country, which means we are a diverse country, but we are a country of equal, free people who are ready to accept each other for the end goal. It will be the most stupid thing if we try and argue over trifles. So we have different hairdos, but it doesn't mean that we cannot find things in common, that we cannot agree upon things. When I spoke about civilizational difference between Ukraine and Russia, Russia is the culture of monologue. When one is speaking and the others are listening, they are all intimidated. That's Russian culture. Ukrainian culture is the culture of dialect, disputes, sometimes disagreement. But when forming this culture, we need to reach an agreement. We understand now is not the time for minor everyday disputes. Yes, we have different habits, we speak different dialects, and there are many other differences. But in front of the enemy, we need to stay united. We need to overcome our emotions and find a platform for joint fight. We are watching the attacks carried out by the Russian enemy to the parts of Ukraine a little bit further from us, and my heart is aching when I see attacks on the building of the Kharkiv Karazin University, and the enemy just dared say that they are going to attack the Sofia Kievska Cathedral. I believe you are closely following such statements by the enemy, and how drastic would that be? How terrible would that be? Cultural values are unique. They cannot be replicated. Any building that is architectural heritage is unique, but at the same time we understand there are some changes, some things that can be restored. Some castles can be partially rebuilt, but nobody will be able to restore the paintings by Shevchenko or Franco. But we need to understand that it has to be a comprehensive system for the protection of these cultural values, but not just the workers of cultural agency, but the entire society understands their importance. What is Sofia for us? It's a symbol of our identity, a symbol of our continuity, the continuity of our national identity. It's extremely important, and it should be defended on the same level as our territory. Don't you think that these claims about Sofia Kievska Cathedral is kind of a blackmail where Putin is just treading waters to see how we in the international community respond? And if the international partners don't believe him, then maybe he will in fact attack. Do you think he's able to do that? I'm not a specialist on mental diseases. I cannot get into Putin's head, but I'm sure that this person is not adequate, is inhumane, because what's been happening in Ukraine over the past week with the shellings of kindergarten schools and cultural landmarks tells us that this person does not consider its culture and civilization to be part of humanity. It was a provocative question. We shouldn't be asking questions like that after he has shelled kindergartens and schools. He will probably stop at nothing, but we need to understand what the threats are, and we need to try to think of our response so that we are ready. This is very important. this voluntary formation that you have established by the Franco House, is that a unity of people representing the cultural sphere? Yes. At first, those were our employees who wanted to join the territorial defense forces, but as you know, we have so many volunteers that the territorial defense no longer accepts volunteers. But now we have addressed another structure. This is no longer something that we have created for ourselves. We will be integrated into the general structure. We have already completed some training. There have been some instructions. We are already doing the patrolling of the sites, because even without any direct threat, we have saboteurs here, we have looters, we have thieves, we have diversionists, and it's our task to protect our values from all these people. You mentioned the saboteurs and diversionists yourself, and I have a question in this regard. Just a reminder to our viewers, we are here with Bogdan Techolos, the head of the Franco House. Thank you for explaining that you have this voluntary formation that is part of a larger structure. No, this is not anarchy. Anarchy is very dangerous. Everything is structured. So if you want to create a formation, you need to get signed up with the respective bodies of territorial defense. Just a clarification, if you are staying on the territory of Lviv municipality and you want to sign up, you need to go to district administrations. Men should have their passport and identification code on them. So yesterday we had those conversations about men aged between 18 and 60 who come here and who stay in the region, and we already have an order of our military administration obliging them to go and sign up with the military commissariat. Representatives of South departments report that people come here to bring their families and then come back to the east, so that we have this situation where less people are lazy, but still there is a percentage of those who it's hard for us to reach those people. So we have a suggestion for you, people representing the cultural sphere. We have this advice. So while you are having this voluntary formation, you can do patrols in the city, and if you see some people who are not behaving in an appropriate way, you can just talk to them. You cannot take them by the hand and bring them to the museum and show them our vast cultural legacy, but still you have this opportunity to talk to them as cultured people, people representing the cultural space, without engaging the national police. That's a very good advice, and I would like to tell you that our voluntary formation has people who came to Lviv 2 or 3 days ago. They come from other regions, from Kyiv, for instance, people who already lost a lot in Donetsk, and they understand they cannot lose for the second time. You have broad contacts with the European community. That's what the Franco House is known for. You just came back from Europe. You were the first Ukrainian museum to get the European Museum Award Shiva. So the colleagues, have they called you? Have they offered any support? Yes, professional and human solidarity is quite striking. The number of letters, the number of messages, the number of offers to help that we've received from colleagues from Europe, and not just Europe, it's incredible. We have very specific suggestions on how cultural values can be saved, and also offers to accommodate women and children. And we are convinced that this is the goodwill of the people of culture who realize that it's the fate of the entire Western civilization that is being decided today here, not just the face of Ukraine. So they need to extend this helping hand, which has to be steady, and they help us in the same degree as those who are helping us with weapons. And you also have broad contacts with the Ukrainian people of culture. Have they asked you for help, and how can we help them? If we speak about Ukrainians who are asking for shelter in Lviv, of course we are helping them, but we are also in contact with the Ukrainians abroad. We see this informational wave supported by our diaspora. They are knocking on the door and they are trying to get to people who think that it will blow over, that something is happening in the east of Ukraine. This is just something shown on TV. No, our people currently waving flags during demonstrations or on European squares. Those people who are helping Ukrainian refugees, and they are refugees, Ukrainian women and children, not men, because Ukrainian men stand here to defend the country. So these protests will be able to affect the moods in Europe. When they see Ukrainian mothers and children on the streets of their cities, they may think they will be next. And we hope that their position will be quite harsh and radical. How do you think, how are those statements made by the people of culture from Russia who are addressing Vladimir Putin? Of course, there are those who will be facing the Hague trial together with Putin, but my question is it possible to get to Russians? For those people who have millions of followers on Instagram, I don't think that the opinions of the creators can affect the opinions of political elites and the bosses of Russia. But when we speak of the regular Russians, I think it is possible. But what I would say, these messages are important for the world community in general, so that they see that the Ukrainian question is not a local question, that it's an issue of world security. That's why I'm grateful to all people with recognizable faces and voices who currently raise those voices in support of Ukraine. But that doesn't mean that we have to stop doing what we are doing. The worst thing we can do is just sit down and think that it will be over soon. Fear paralyzes people, it's natural. Yes, they are afraid for their relatives. There are some threats to their existence, but just waiting for it to be over, that's something that you cannot do. We spoke about this with the military expert Petro Chernik, and if you missed it, you can find this conversation on YouTube. He's a military expert, and he told us that we need to stay alert, we need to stay mobilized, and we shouldn't be thinking that the situation is relatively calm here in Lviv. How do you think? An insurrection in Russia, is it possible? Unfortunately, Russian insurrections, a concept in Russian historical consciousness, is very slow. They don't raise up when the kids of others are being killed. They raise up when their kids are killed or when they have nothing to eat or drink. But I hope for a severe economic crisis which will cause these people to be dissatisfied with their government and for this government to lose control over the people. But I'm not a political scientist, I'm not a psychologist. These processes may take a lot of time, and we have no time. They have buried so many of their own, they have received so many coffins. When the father of the captured Russian soldier perceives his own son as cannon fodder and he says we will just give birth to more kids, then what can be said in this situation? A short remark about the economy, that it's the only way to get to Russians by hunger and coldness. One of the Russian oligarchs, Oleg Deripaska, said that the economic consequences consequences of the sanctions currently imposed by Europe will be thrice as bad as the situation in 1998 when they had the default, when they couldn't pay off their debts, and the situation was dire in Russia. Of course, we don't wish it on them, but at the same time, we can wish it on them. Let me just add, I'm sure that Putin's aggression against Ukraine is a suicide of the Russian Empire. It's a suicide. It's not just a bad decision. It's not a bad geopolitical military decision. He is doing self-destruction. He has pressed the button for self-destruction. I'd like to add that Deripaska is one of Putin's money bags in Europe and in America, and he said it will be thrice as bad as it was in 1998, so let's wait. Let's not wait, but let's do what we have to do. Let's see what happens to Russia tomorrow. And let's put pressure on the situation. But Dante Holos, so in addition to being head of the Franco Museum, you're one of the best Franco scholars. So we'd like to finish with the following question, something that has to do with the worldview. What would Ivan Franko tell to the Russian government and to the Russian people? I don't think Franko would address the Russian people. Franko said that Moscow feels they were just poison to Europe. And what I think he would say that it's a war of people who are humane, who are dignified, against people who are demonstrating animal instinct. Those who are staying quiet, who want to bear this, are worth of the sufferings. We shouldn't bear it. And we shouldn't be crying, we should be conquering. Ivan Franko's words, as voiced by Dante Holos, literary studies scholar, publicist, thank you for finding time between the defense of our territory and cultural heritage to come here to us. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. We will win. I will just rephrase the words by Franco. Let's destroy this armor, and let me just show you the pictures that destroyed tanks, that destroyed IFVs, that destroyed military vehicles. This is the job of our Bayraktars. The National Police of Ukraine informs that a group of saboteurs has been detained in Kyiv, a group of 4 saboteurs who were working at an underground station and taking pictures, and their car had an RPG, had some machine guns, some grenades, and the representatives of the Department of Migration Police, together with the Kyiv City Police, identified 2 men who were trying to take pictures of the entrance to the underground station. The policemen have identified the car in which the colluders stayed, so you can see the picture with the weapons. So it looks like they were trying to destroy the entrance into the underground so that people have no place to hide during the upcoming attack. And just letting you know, 500 doctors are coming to Ukraine to help people. We have those willing to help us. There is a registration form, so more than 500 foreign doctors representing Israel, the United States, Canada, Turkey, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and India are willing to come and help our doctors who are working around the clock, helping each of us and helping our military men stay safe. But of course, nobody is going to perform plastic surgery on your nose during this time. So yesterday we reported that our children with cancer are received by the Polish side, and 40 children were received yesterday. We understand that they are the first in line to be evacuated because they cannot go to the bomb shelters each time there is an airstrike siren, because it's complicated to do logistically. That's why the Polish Republic offered us to receive these kids on their territory, and some of them have already been accommodated at Polish hospitals, and they will be treated in safe conditions there. To add about Russia, we speak a lot about Russia, which is not a surprise. So the owners of Alpha Bank will transfer their shares in the bank to those identified by the National Bank of Ukraine. Just a reminder, Friedman is a Lvivite who was born here. He lived here until he was 18 years old, and he was the one funding the construction of the Baben Yar Memorial that was recently hit by a Russian missile. And we are being informed that the negotiations will start at 2 p.m. Kyiv time. Russians accuse Ukrainians of postponing, of delays, and they will be coming with a number of requirements, and there will be 3 blocks to those requirements. We just need to underscore those, and I need to say it once again, we should not be conceding to any of their ultimatums. Our goal is for the Russians to withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine, including Crimea, Luhansk, and Donetsk. So have we discussed the recent statement by Putin? No. We will discuss that next, but there's important information for people following the situation on the borders. It's been reported that on the western border of Ukraine, something that is most relevant for us, the queues have become much more scarce, and the border service is even formulating it in the following way. There are practically no lines. At Hrushiv border passing point, there are 30 passengers. There are no lines on the border with Slovakia. In Mali Salmancy, there are some 20 people who would like to cross the border. On the border between Ukraine and Romania, there are practically no lines. No, but still, there are people at the border. We just asked our journalists to check the information of the state border guard service, and one of our journalists sent us this private video saying that there are still some people there. What is the situation at Sheheni? Our journalist said that there's drastically less people at the border than there were some days before. There are practically no people trying to walk across the border, less cars trying to cross the border. That is probably caused by the green corridors established and people crossing the borders on buses. And if I may show you my screen, a piece of good news, debunking Russian fakes. So we are doing fact-checking here, debunking Russian fakes. This is the town of Bucha, our Ukrainian military men hoisting the Ukrainian flag. There are no Russians in the city. All of them have left. And we shouldn't be showing you the pictures of what happened to the Kadyrov squads who tried to enter the city. But they were all destroyed and eliminated. These people are killing Ukrainians, but what's most important, Bucha has been liberated and the Ukrainian flag is there. The Department of Transport of Lviv Military Administration is reporting that because of trenches being dug on the territory of Lviv region, there is a risk of destroying the fiber connection lines that lie 1 meter deep in the ground. So we are addressing representatives of Lviv municipality. Please, should any works be done, call the representatives of companies. This is just a nice clarification. Please don't do anything by yourself. Everything needs to be coordinated with the military administration. Please show the phone numbers of the screen. On the screen, these are the phone numbers you should be calling.
That doesn't mean that you need to destroy all the connection at the moment. No, you have to coordinate all your actions with the military administration, or you should give calls to those people who are responsible for communication in order not to help the occupants to spread disinformation, because after the internet disappears, the first message that is going to be sent by the occupants is, do you see it? You are being destroyed, and they will launch their information campaign. You mentioned that you would speak about Putin's statement, but while you're looking for it, I should mention that our border guards have mentioned that the navy of the Russian Federation is doing piracy and terrorism, being covered by civil ships, civil vessels that have been taken hostage. And the Russians are trying to use them as a light shield in order to get to the Ukrainian side. So you all realize that they are just taking hostage a civil vessel, and the border guards claim that, for example, on the 2nd of March, a citizen of Bangladesh was killed on one of the vessels close to Mykolaiv. They took the freight under the Panama flag as hostage, and this held ship is used by them to hide from Ukrainians. And also they dictated their requirements. And why do border guards know this? Because they reached the open security channel and they made their requirements to the border guards. And we have the audio record which was made public by the border guards, and there the Russian ship claims that Ukrainian Black Sea ships cannot stay there. But mentioning the ships, he mentions old names of ships and old maps, including decommunized Ilichevsk. Of course, our border guards do have perfect communication, and they know that this is all not true. But the worst thing is that they threaten every civil vessel that they would use weapons, but you know, civil ships are protected by the international law, so you cannot just imagine what tricks they are applying. Everyone knows that war, this is the game with no rules, but still there are some rules even for the war times. But they are just taking civil ships, threatening to kill their crew for their requirements to be fulfilled. You know, even in the Soviet Union during the Second World War, when there appeared the so-called Katyusha systems, gun systems, their first shells were so awful. They fired not just the enemy, they destroyed all that was alive, and the Russians then decided to, or rather agreed to replace them with some other ones. But now you can see that they are using all possible means of last resort, using civilians, using women, using cluster bombs, which are also banned. But you know, when a missile falls on the earth, you know exactly the place where it fell. But the cluster bomb is when at a certain height it collapses and covers with minor fragmented bombs the several facilities, and its task is to destroy everything, including civilians, because that's what Russians are doing there. And you know, I remember reading once again about the state border guard service. That was a summary of some story with the Russian Navy. We need to realize that the Russian Navy in the international community is often called worse than the Somali pirates, because their actions are really worse. And even if they make certain requirements, our border guards and all other border guards send them in the direction in which our protectors and defenders from the Zmyiny Island sent Russians. But that means that we have to realize what reputation the Russian army, the so-called second army of the world, second largest army of the world, has. That is a very cynical and indecent army with the same leader. Why do they do this in the Black Sea? Because from the first time they are trying to launch assaults, and they have already made several attempts, but Ukrainians have prevented their attempts, and there was a storm over the recent days and they couldn't launch assaults, and you could see even in Russia on Russian channels that they are not in Odessa, but I have some friends in Odessa. Russians are still making some attempts to launch an assault, and they are 15 marine miles close to the seaside, to the border. And you know, Ukrainian army is trying not to destroy any infrastructure and not to destroy any civilians. And even if we take their explosions of bridges, that is just a forced action to prevent Russians from coming to our land. Let's get back to Putin. So he made a protocol on peaceful activity of the so-called OHEC-DCB. It's kind of their own NATO, where Russia is the leader. Nobody can ever pass decisions there jointly. Only Russia is responsible for all the decisions. And you know, even if when we had the situation in Kazakhstan, Armenia was seemingly leading the situation, ruling the situation, but actually this was Russia. Ex-Minister Klimkin explains that in that way Putin is trying to invent reasons for leaving his troops in the territory of Ukraine. Let me specify that over the last couple of days Putin has been having active negotiations with Kazakhstan, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan for them to support him. And this decision means that Kazakhstan won't accept this invitation. Kyrgyzstan will probably also not join it. You can have some sympathy for Russia, but if you are clever enough, you will understand that this will also destroy their country. Someone who supports Russia will get a lot of problems. So in this way, Russia is trying to officially re-register the document and to make its actions legal and legitimate in order to make decisions which would be unilateral decisions. That's why we have delays with negotiations from their side. They just set ultimatums in order to bring more troops here and to speak about the peacekeeping activities. You remember that on the first day we said that peacekeeping forces could be used by the Russians, and they have the blue casques, the UN forces have, and they may use them and speak that these are peacekeeping forces. So please try to filter all the information. Appearance of peacekeepers in the territory of Ukraine is possible only under the decision of the UN, and this is a joint decision of the Security Council, if I'm not mistaken. So appearance of any blue casques in the territory of Ukraine would mean Russian provocation. And I think that now there is a lot of pressure on Lukashenko, because we can see that the situation is unstable there. Belarusians are trying to block their military equipment to close the roads. And maybe this column, which is 60 kilometers long with a lot of destroyed equipment, is the column where a lot of equipment has been destroyed by themselves. They block railways, and the self-proclaimed president of Belarus, Lukashenko, has mentioned that Belarus is being pressurized into launching the war on Ukraine. He can do this. Yesterday we spoke about the fact that he's trying to reject Putin's invitation to launch the war, and he has found another excuse that he's afraid of the countries of NATO, and maybe that will help us. Maybe the Belarus army will not join in the war. We have good attitude to Belarusians, and we would like to destroy them as well. And the nerves of the Russian leaders are also not in a good situation, I would say. We will speak about that, but let's have Андрій Капраль, singer from Підпишіться, Glory to Ukraine, Glory to Heroes. I would like to start with this sort of statement, but I need to read it out. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Lavrov, gave a press conference today in the morning in Russia, and he was asked by the foreign journalist, is Zelensky a nationalist, or what is he, if he's the first Jewish president of Jewish origin in Ukraine? He said that he's manipulating nationalists and neo-Nazi. Otherwise, I can't understand how he can be the head of this society where neo-Nazi are booming and prospering. They have open attacks, torch parades, and for those campaigns, he even provides his own guard from the own regard of the president. So you are a person from the cultural society. Seems to me that this statement is absolutely absurd. What is your assessment of what is happening in the information space of Russia? Well, thank you for the invitation, first of all. Glory to Ukraine. Thanks to everyone who is now fighting. And I wrote a post on Facebook that I'm really happy that I live in this land, in this country, that I am a Ukrainian, and I'm really grateful to all of our people who have weapons prayer, who do voluntary activity, and I'm really convinced that we will win, because that is already the war of the whole nation and the whole country. And it's a pleasure for me now to speak about the following. Well, I don't know, I don't like Russian words, but you know, there is a famous Russian phrase that absurdness is getting stronger. They don't have what to talk about. I think that their spokesmen already don't believe themselves. They are lying to themselves. And they will tell whatever they want. Because we cannot speak about the issue of culture or cultural environment or all singers, all pop stars who could have their say. We know the people who supported us back in 2014 with the Revolution of Dignity and who are still supporting us. But
Зазомбований ящиком народ, який я дивився кілька тих інтерв'ю.
Well, I've watched several interviews. I'm really frustrated. If the son is giving a call to the mother saying that he is in captivity, and the mother cannot understand why he is there, well, I don't believe that. They don't know where they're going.
Розбиратися з тим всім, хто який кращий чи гірший, можливо, треба буде, але це треба робити після того, як наш прапор буде стояти всюди, де він має стояти, як ми захистимо свою країну, все. Зараз починати, у нас є президент країни, у нас є керівництво країни, ми відповідальність. Ми маємо підтримати все, що зараз треба зробити. Навіть багато хто, незважаючи на свої погляди. Колись ми були в Польщі на якихось концертах, і наша подруга нам померла, вона була старша жіночка, вона сказала, ти можеш любити президента, ти можеш погодитися з ним чи не погоджуватися, або вважати його маєш. Ти потрібен, ти мусиш це робити, тому що це президент твоєї країни. Зараз ми всі об'єдналися проти лиха і проти тої наволочі, яка йде на нашу землю. Ми мусимо вистояти. І я думаю, що історія і всі ми в своїй голові сьогодні розставимо крапки, що добре, що не добре, і будемо робити, що було краще.
Культурне середовище представники культури такі як ви, вони опиняються фактично в найгірших умовах, бо коли приходить війна, то до культури найменше уваги, ну, просто не будуть ходити ніхто зараз принаймні на якісь концерти там, чи по театрах і так далі. Якщо є будівельник, то він може докластися до війни тими ж їжаками, які зараз роблять. Якщо є кухар, він може варити, їсти, приносити чай і передавати якісь пайки військовим. А чим може долучитися зараз культура? Пікардійська терція, що може зробити для того, аби допомогти суспільству встояти і виграти цю перемогу?
Ну, так як ми не маємо можливості прямої зараз десь виступати, скажімо так, є можливість, знову ж таки, інтернету і всіх майданчиків, на яких можна показувати, пропонувати своє музичне мистецтво. Так? Ми намагаємося в певні моменти щось писати.